ああ、突然始めちゃったよ。ちょっと待ってね。これやってるか。こんばんは。待ってね。音声。えーっと、モノラルとステレオってどっちがどっちだっけ？うーん。モノラルでいいんだ。オッケー。おーし、ごよりでございます。大丈夫じゃなかったね。もう諦めたよ、ホグワーツレガシーなんて。もうさ、なんかいろいろ、ほら、こう画像だけにしようかなとかさ、いろいろ試行錯誤したんだけど、なんかね、スチーム、どちらかというと、スチームがね、ホグワーツレガシーに耐えられてないっぽくてね、落ちちゃうんだよね、途中で、ホグワーツレガシーが。起動してゲームスタートまではいけるんだけど、こ前配信できてたからいけないこともないと思ったんだけど、なんかどうにかしたらいけるかなって思ったんだけど、いけなかったね。なんか、起動のとこで詰まってるとかだったらさ、まあ起動重いからしゃあないなってわかるんだけど、かその後で落ちちゃうのマジで謎いなと思ってもう諦めた。もう無理だこれ以上はと思って、とりあえず BGM かけて、あ、うるさいうるさいうるさいって待ってね、一旦ね、もう眠くなってきたよ。なんならいいか、これで一旦これにしよう。苦しい。藤原さんも犬ぞとかさんもこの有利でございます。というわけでね、何をやっていこうかというところなんですけど、なんかちょっと短めでいい感じに終われそうなゲーム今からダウンロードしてこようと思って。ストレイとかどうかな。あ、待って、広告が入っちゃう。待って、広告入んないで、ちょっと止まれ。ストレイはなんかいろいろマイクラが入っちゃってる気がする。ストレイどうかな。どうせならセールの時に買いたいまであったけど、私何キーでさ、いつもわかんないや、姿が変わるんだと思ったけど、ストレイって何時間ぐらいかな。程よく短めなゲームで最近知ったホラゲーしか思い浮かばない。ホラゲーか。ホラゲーもありだよね。ストレイ攻略時間4、5時間か。割と長いな。ちょっと待ってね。今持ってるゲームでやってなくて短いのが、みんなにこの画面を見せてあげれればいいんだけど、タングルタワーっていうやつがあるんだけど、まあこれでもいいかなとも思っている。スチームの調子が良くないからいけるのかって話はあるけどね。あー、音うるさ。待って、びっくりした。ちょっと一旦これやってみる。ちょっと待ってね。ゲーム画面見せてほしいよな。わかるよ。こんな環境、これ BGM かな。もうこんぐらいでいいや。ちょっと BGM 消して、言語日本語いいんじゃないでしょうか。これやってみるか。この積みゲーを消化していきますか。ちょっと待ってね。だとしたらこうじゃなくて、これじゃなくて、これじゃなくて、これはね、タ タングルタワーっていうゲームなんですけど、どういうゲームかっていうと、ちょっと私も今分かってないです。タングル、そう。タングルタワー、チャイナ。呪いあれと言って、呪いあれと言って。30分ぐらいか。単にこれ3時間ぐらいなんじゃないかと思ってる。さっき調べた感じだと。一応ストアページ読むね。これは複雑回帰の屋敷を探索して見つかる奇妙な手がかり、そこに住む不審な容疑者たちに聞き取り調査し、ユニークなパズルに取り組みながらスリルに満ちたミステリーの真相に迫ろう。あなたはこの秘密を解き明かせるだろうかみたいな感じのやつですね。ちょっと焦りすぎて、ちょっとだけ待っててもらってもいいかい？ちょっと、間違った。ちょっと飲み物取ってくるわ。焦りすぎて飲み物準備するの忘れた。オッケー、戻りました。めぐりさんよ。とりあえず配信のタイトル変えとくか。タングルタワーに変えとこう。まあいろいろありまして、タングルタワーをやっていこうと思います。タワー。待って、ちょっと持ってくのもう一個忘れた。コナン見た？めっちゃコナンについても語りたいけど、ちょっと雑談の時にいっぱい話すわ、コナンの話。待ってね。こんなことしてる場合じゃないんですけど。ね、とりあえずでもいいから変えときたいまであるけど、まあいいか。やってくか。ちょっと待って。やっていきますか。ツイートしよう。いろいろあり、ホグワーツレガシーからタングルタワーをやることになりましたって。ツイートしよう。なんかもう最近あったかいっていうか暑いんでしょ？うちまだ寒いんだけどさ、寒さの中、めちゃめちゃ厚着しながらやってるよ。よし、やっていくぞ、タングルタワー。初見です、タイヤロー。新しく始める。うん。なんかちょっと待って。待って。ちょっと待って。これ設定変えれない？いける？大丈夫かな？昼下がり。若干画面からはみ出してる気がするけど。湖のほとり。はい。You ready, Sally? Sally? 準備できたか、サリ。ブリモア、私は7分半も前からここで待ってるのよ。Just checking. The map? You have map かな？あの地図を持ってきた？ ああ、持ってきたけど真っ白だ
Did
よ。
you read the case file? What do you think?
事件ファイルを読んだか？君の考え
I'm
は？
not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on.
推理するにも情報が少なすぎるわ。
Did you read it?
Did you read?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
事件現場へ行く途中で読んださ。おお。事件ファイル、殺人事件被害者、プレイヤー・フェロー、19歳。今23度、めちゃめちゃ暑いじゃん。爆暑いやん。ちょっと飲むわ。今日の飲み物当てれたらすごいわ。本当はね、今日これじゃないのを飲もうと思ってたんだけど。しゃあない。フレイヤ19歳。これがフレイヤ19歳だね。フレイヤ19歳がフローラ58歳の肖像画を描いているときに死亡。現場フローラの塔。フローラは肖像画のモデルをしていたので、その場にいたフレイヤフェローは仰向けの状態で仰向けで倒れてると。ああ、これね、持ったまま見つかったよと。胸に1箇所刺し傷あり。現場で凶器は見つかっていないが、未完成の絵に描かれている被写体はナイフを手にしている。ああ、なるほどね。これね。はいはいはい。ナイフの先についている赤色は絵の具ではなく、血痕であると判明。え？自分で塗ったってこと？どういうこと？ファンタ。あ、ね、これはね、違いました。これ何したらいいんだろう。あ、こういうこと？なんかあるよ。これも読むか。タングルタワー。小さな紙切れに書いてある絵。裏に書き込みがある。タングルタワーと呼ばれているので一つかと思っていたら、屋敷の上に2つの塔が建てられている。屋敷は丸みを帯びた湖に囲まれ、珍しい色が入り混じった水が流れている。青白い崖が湖の周りに切り立ち、斜面は急で凹凸もなく登ることはできない。現在タングルタワーではフェロー家とポインター家が暮らしている。2つのお家が暮らしてるってことだな。フレイヤフェロー。フレイヤが殺害された方法とは？はいはい。まだ何も分かってないと。OK?
That's a.
It's kind of
Oh.
purple. Looks.
I think it's just water.
Yeah,
I think just water.
water with
なんと
poison
か
in
ウォー
it.
ター、シングルウォーター、なんて言ったっけ？これで何？おお、移動できるんだ。ちょっと面白い。
So, who do you think did it?
やほやほ、こんより元気にした。元気にしてた。元気じゃなかったんだけど元気にしてたよ。
Sally, you know full well we haven't met a single suspect yet.
いいね、全部英語なのいいね。
We haven't even been to the crime scene.
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked out.
うわ、自信家だな、サリー。かわいい。
It's a bird bath.
バード
Is
バ
that
ス。
just rainwater? Looks a little
The
weird.
birds
Ah.
seem to like it.
鳥のお風呂ね。
They're even singing a little tune. Doot, 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 doot.
Please don't do that.
かわいいんだけど、この二人。
I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so for now.
Loving the confidence.
これは？
What? Oh,
Wind chimes, silent.
ウィンド
wooden
チャイム
wind
ね。
chimes.
it's just an archway, but it's like walking through it might
Too
give.
late.
手遅れね。確かにもう殺人事件来
It's
て
a
る。
garden, I think. It's current.
We could.
Ready when you are.
エニーレディモア。たびたび死んでたってついてた。そう、たびたび死んでましたね。
It's a stone carving. Wonder
I
how.
think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
こいつ何？怖すぎ。
What animal is?
Hawk, bear, lizard.
フォーク、ベア、リザード。
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
タカクマトカゲ。Alright, very nice.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed
It's
to.
not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster.
フィッシュモンスター。
Playing a harp.
Playing a harp. Hang on a second.
え、なんか気になる？よく見てみる？うわ、すごい。
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
これただの像じゃないって。あー、これか。これこれ。おいです。ねおちまずむむこより。おやすみ。なんか体調悪いって言ってたね。お大事に。
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
そうだね。まだ解くことができないみたい。
Let's come back later. It must do
You'd
something.
hope so, wouldn't you?
ハープの像。古い。劣化が進んだ像。水陸両生の生き物が大きなハープを持っている。4個の柱の節それぞれに記号が刻まれている。これもちょっと怪しくない？
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No,
No.
it's full of the same weird water.
Any fish in there?
Not a single. Although there is something.
It's a cassette tape, or it used to be.
セットテープだったもの？水濡れで破損したカセットテープ。ラベルのインクがにじみ、判読は不可能。なんか他気になるとこある？毒？キノ
This
コ？
is some
Do
god.
the plants all look a little strange?
じゃあちょっと変な植物しかないけどね。
This is
Do
some.
the plants all look a little strange?
That must be Tangle Tower.
It's a
It's
bandstand.
small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man
一
bandstand.
人用の野外ステージね。まあ行くか次。この移動の画面かわいい。正面玄関。お、ないよ、O が。
Oh,
おう。
oh, there's an O on the floor.
あ、本当だ。
Oh, yeah. Tangle Tower.
Twar.
うわ
Oh,
What?
oh,
Oh, yeah. Tangle.
twar.
ぁ。かわいい。
Yeah, there's a heart engraved in the tree.
ハングルトワーだよ。
I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
ちょっと声の音量を上げたいな。見て。
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
これはちょっと設定でキャラクターのせ上げたい。
little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
お、手紙。
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
Oh, definitely.
確かにプライバシーの侵害。開封済みの手紙。封が切られた封筒の中には1枚の紙が入っている。暗号は別の紙に書いた。覚えたら始末しろ。君の理由には賛同できん。ここで見つけることは無理だろう。なるほど。
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
入ってみる？なんかチャイム鳴らしたら入れそうだよね。
That leads back to the gardens.
行こう。
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
タンタンタンタンタンタンタタン。なんだろう。
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Should we ring the
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
メロディーってことは分かったけど、なんか別に入れるわけじゃないんだね。入ろうか、じゃあ。大広間。チャイム鳴らしたけど人が出てこなかったんで入りました。あ、これがフローラッケね。
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
こっちが、
This one has a big P.
なんだっけ、パーカーキーみたいな。
That's probably important.
How very P-ceptive of you.
It's a big
There
glass.
are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it anymore.
今はもう、
What
Yes.
is that?
I think it's a family tree.
よく見てみよ
Lord Fellow.
う。
Looks like he was married
Right.
twice.
Scandal.
Fiona Fellow. Dead center. She must be important.
She's half fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here?
死んだのはブレディ・フェロー、ブリント・フェロー、フェリックス・フェロー、フィオナと、あれフローラとフィオナみたいな。フローラいないの？いなくない？
Selena Stonetop.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
確かに。
Felicia Fellow.
フェリシア。
Freya's mother.
あ、
Do you
これ
think
が
she
フレ
still
ア。
lives here? Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was...
Scandal. Damien Dusk.
Whoa. Is it too late?
It's Freya's. Do you think he still lives here? Fitz Fellow. Half fellow.
Do you
Half
think he still lives here?
いろいろ見てみよう、全部。
Lord Remington.
He sounds important. Lady Remington.
I think I have one of those in my bath. Flora Remington.
I think she's mentioned in our case file.
フローラ・レミントン。
Primrose
I
Remington.
always liked the name Primrose.
Do you think she still lives here?
Richard Remington.
The one and only.
Lord
This
Pointer.
goes back a couple of
あれ、フ
Lady
ローラ
Pointer.
と、なんだっけ、フレーヤみたいな。
How do you become a lady? I want to be a lady. Percival Pointer. He married
Do you
into
think he still lives here?
Pandora.
All this
Do you
alliteration.
think she still lives here?
全員ここに住んでると思うって聞か
What
れ
a
る。
Do you
name.
think he still lives here?
Penelope Pointer.
Half pointer, half.
Do you think she still lives here? Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half pointer.
Do you think she still lives here?
3人のうちあるってこと？レミントン家はどこ行ったの？
Finally, we get
It's
to
not that
Don't
spooky.
ruin this.
レミントン家はどこ行ったの？
Sally, check those.
Is soil a clue?
It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room. Finally.
It's not that
Don't
spooky.
ruin this.
なんかシミがある。
Finally, we get to
It's not that
Don't
spooky.
ruin this.
でもなんもないみたい。行こうか、じゃあ。
Finally, we get to
It's not
Don't
that
ruin this.
ちょっと待って。これはなんかこっちはチューリップみたいな。
Finally, we get to
It's
Don't
not
ruin this.
特に関係ないみたいです。どこ行く？あ、なんかこっちに行けって言ってる。行ってみよう。デブレさん、こんゆり。あ、これが噂のじゃん。お話聞ける？
Let's take a look at that painting first.
はい。
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
フローラ・フェロー。
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
肖像画フレイヤはこの作品を完成させることができなかった。描いている最中に死亡したからだ。フローラはナイフを振り回しているように見える。刃先に付着している赤い物質は血液であることが判明した。なんかさ、ね。もう一回家系図見たいんだけど。家系図見れないわ。
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
確かに。何を、これ何？フレイヤの殺害方法について非常に奇妙な点がある。 もうでもなんかこの感じだと赤い絵の具はなんだろう。気絶されてるために違うな。肖像が弱な。なんだろう。
Red paint was used to kill
絶対血が
blood,
気が
but
してる。
Freya stole it. Nope.
あの絵はフレイヤの殺害に何らかの形で関わっていたのだろうか。もう一回なんか突然謎解きパートに入ったんだけどまだ全然してないので、何をフレイヤ食べる予定のものはないからフレイヤを刺したので、こう
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
ワンフレーム。え、こう
Freya Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just
オールモスこうじゃない。
a paintbrush is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one.
待って、わかんないわかんない。血痕が付着してるナイフを持っているでいいと思うんだよな。ちょっとね、全部やっていけばいいんだよ。全部で。逆にこっちを変えたら、
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with Flora's portrait, but Freya stole it. That's not right.
って言われるから、ここはこれで合ってて。何はフレイヤによって盗まれたんだ？エルトさん、こんより。肖像画は。蓄音機は関係ないでしょ。フレイヤによって盗まれた？フレイヤによって何が盗まれたんだ？盗まれてないね。蓄音機は 盗まれた。違うね。あ、凶器が盗まれたんじゃないのか。
Flora's portrait was used to kill Blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change.
Almost.
Flora's portrait is completely covered in blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost.
違う
Maybe
って。
just
アベルは違うでしょ。F で
A paintbrush was used to kill Blood because it stabbed Freya. That's not right either.
あ、絵の中の内部には血が付着している。つまりそれはあ、ヒント。これが違う。何はフレイヤを指した？あ、肖像画がフレイヤを指した？
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed
肖像画
Freya.
のナイフ持ってるからね。何を言ってるんだ？
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting. Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us?
Case closed.
A painting can't be a murder suspect.
めっちゃこれ英語の勉強になるよ。うるさーい。あ、びっくりした。みんな耳ぶっ壊れなかった？私はね、耳ぶっ壊れたよ。どちらかというと。ちょっと待って。今のなんだ？キャラクター音声だったのかな？なんだろう。効果音。待って、マジでびっくりした。音でかすぎ。あ、待って、わかんないや。キャラクター音声でかめにして小さめにするか。あ、びっくりした。あ、びっくりした。蓄音機が壊れてる。
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
なんだろう。レコードの代わりにカセットテープを再生する蓄音機。部屋の真ん中へ向いてる。ホーンからテープデッキにかけて入ったひびが目立っている。
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
フライヤー。中心がひび割れたカセットテープ。ラベルには手書きでこう書かれている。プレイヤーへ。
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
鳴らしてみよう。
It's piano music.
これはピアノの曲を録音したものだ。停止する前に少しの間、音楽が流れる。なるほど。 これも聞いてみようか。さすがに聞けないか。なんか人の声みたいなの聞こえない？
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
これは誰かが外を歩いている時の録音だ。鼻歌は歪んで聞こえる。ほいほい。意外と聞けるな。
Freya's painting supplies.
お、赤が。これ赤怪しすぎない？
Freya's painting supplies.
これ調べられないの？明らかに赤怪しいんですけど。
The outline of Freya Fellow. There's a single patch, no real sign.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
確かに。なんかちょっと離れてますね、やっぱり。動
There
い
it
た。
is. The unfinished
So, what?
looks that way.
ちょっと距離おかしくないじゃん。
The whole room is a
Yeah,
strange.
there might be a reason for that.
Supposedly, Freya looks like she was still holding.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
パレットには様々な色が載っている。真ん中には一番大きな黒の塊がある。絵筆にはまだ乾いた赤い絵の具がこびりついている。これ？
Supposedly, Freya was looks like.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
パレットと筆は一緒なのか。
Freya's painting supplies.
一緒だね。話聞いてみようじゃないか。
Flora Fellow?
フラフェロー？うわー、髪すご。
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure.
Nothing.
She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
確かに。
For now. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
ないみたい。
I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
全部無視だ。悲しくな
Was
っ
this
ちゃう
something you
よ。
had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried. Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
無視だ。
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
How was that possible? わかんないですね。彼女に聞いたところで。
A little pot plant.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
これは何だろうか。
Half the room is a big open
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall. A bunch of old books covered in dust now, but they look well read.
ドア囲われ
That's
て
the only door in
It's
a...
also
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to.
どうしてなんだい？これも怪しいね。
is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
うわ
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
これの通りにやるってことなの
It's
かな。
some kind of clue about where to put the gem.
OK。これの長い方が黄色だから、これが紫と。で、角の短い方が赤で、角の短い方が、こっちが緑。で、長いゆるっとの短い方が紫で、長い方が青。次は四角を描いてるやつの、ここが短いのが緑。ここを描いてるやつの短いのが緑。黄色。2個黄色。で、これはピンクとピンクで、これが逆なのかな。合ってる臭いけど。合ってない。なんか間違ってるか。紫、青。ピンクと緑。合ってそう。
That's the one.
あ、これを押さなきゃいけないのか。
Hey, not bad. Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
空の卵。鍵を開けると蓋を開けられる卵型の入れ物。中には何も入っていない。内側に使われている裏地は柔らかくベルベットのような素材だ。真鍮でできた台が支えになっており、それには尖った足を持つ3本の奇妙な足がついている。ここにはもうヒントないか、そうは言っても。なんか目怪しい。
We're at the top of the tower,
I
right?
think so.
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
怪しい目の模様はついてるけどね。なんか怪しいものある？いや、この部屋の配置は若干気になるけども。まあ、こっちとか行ってみる、とりあえず。まだ庭続いてることだし。あ、人いた。石畳の広場。こんにちは。
Wow. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers.
は
I'm
い。
sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally,
So
and this is my
当たりが。
sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a
す
good
ごいジブリに出てきそうな人。
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice.
Hawkshaw.
Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire.
この
Maybe
人
I'll
も
become
探偵
her
か。
sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
おー
No. Right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
はい、すいません。
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
ふふ
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers is one of the last on my list.
め
Did
ちゃ
you
めちゃいい
find
じゃ
anything
ん。
unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the
面
library.
白かね。
It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too.
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
Penelope.
She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase.
怪しすぎ
More
でしょ、
so
それ
than
は
at。any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house.
めっちゃ教えてくれるじゃん。
Out towards the stone
一
square.
個だけよとか
The
言ったのに
grounds。were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
怪しいじゃん。ありがとう、教えてくれて。胸がホグワーツレガシー。いや、そうなんだよね。いろいろあってホグワーツレガシーじゃなくなっちゃったから。ちょっとサムネなんか適当なのに変えとくか。ちょっと待ってね。なんかやるみたいなやつがあったような気がする。サムネ。いや、てかめっちゃ怪しい人いすぎるし、みんな名前似てて名前覚えられないわ。一回家系図見に行きたい。待ってね。だが、待ってね。適当なサムネ、どこにあるかな。雑談するわ、見つけたんだけどな。雑談しないからな。ちょっと休憩、ちょっと私がサムネを探してる間に休憩レベルの話なんですけど、最近周りの人がみんなさ、新しい衣装出してて、なんか見てるだけで楽しい。もうなんか見てるだけで楽しいです。ありがとうって思いながらね、いろんな人の新衣装配信を見てました。今日もね、配信始まる前見ながら準備してたんだけど、まさかホグワーツレガシーができなくなるとは思わず、余裕ぶっこいてたらギリギリでできなくて焦りましたね。あ、ないな。ないからいいか。まあちょっとそう後で変えます。変えときます。今は一旦引っ掛けたまま行こう。というわけで、まあ奥に進みたいところだが、ちょっと一回ね、広場戻ってみよう、これを。
What is
I
that?
think it's a family trait.
あれ
Fiona Fellow, dead center.
She's half fellow
Do
and
you think she still lives here?
あれ待って。 事件のあれみたい。あれがフローラ・フェローだよね。フレイヤ・フェローが死んでフローラ・フェロー。
What is
I
that?
think it's a family.
フローラ、フローラ、フローラ・フェローってどこにいるの？ 58 歳。
Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to
え、いなくない？
the Lady
Do
Fellow.
these people not have first name? Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married.
Scandal. Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married twice.
Scandal.
フローラ・フェローいる？フリントでしょ？フェリックス。フェローじゃない。
Fitz Fellow. Half Fellow.
Do you think he
フ
still
ェロ
lives
ー
here?
だね。
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's
Felicia.
mother.
Do you think
Fellow.
she still lives here?
でね、いないんだけど、待って、フローラ、どっかにフローラいたんだよ。これ、
Flora Remington.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
フローラ・レミントンなんだよ。あ、なるほどね。フローラ・レミントンがフェリックス・フェローと結婚して、フローラ・フェローになってんのか、今は。今はフローラ・フェローってことか。そういうこと？もういいよ。行こう、とりあえず。どこ行く？なんか部屋が怪しいとか言ってたけど、この庭行ってみよう。庭師も怪しいみたいだから。怪しみが。
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
Looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
赤い皮を持つ宝石のような見た目の鉢植えの果実。土の中の土は珍しい青色をしている。はい、怪しい虫
That's
が
a
います。
handsome beetle. Looks like he might have.
Is that
Too
fruit?
shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a
Safe to
little.
eat, do you
I'm gonna say no. Hanging baskets. They're
To
so.
you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
私、犯人庭師だと思う。
Is that
かわいい。
fruit?
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing.
Safe to eat.
I'm gonna say no.
It's glad.
Total
I
accident.
am not.
Tools used by a gardener for gardening. Tools used by a gardener for gardening.
おー、待って。怖い。めっちゃ怖い。人いたー。気づかなかった。
A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
怒られない？人がいるのに気づかず見たら怒られない？
Greek letters, I think.
データパイ。
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
そう。
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
怖すぎるって。あ、
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him.
怖っ。
He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is
Sally.
Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitz Fellow, the gardener.
フリッツ・フェローね
And。why are you so tall?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a
グリも
slightly
可愛い
stupid
な。
person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the
こういう
local
変な
expert
影響
on
も
all
な
this
かったの
stuff?
ね。
No. I'm just the gardener.
I just
I was in my
gardener.
greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the
出
flowers,
た
I
ペネ
think.
ロペ。
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was
後ろに
quiet.
も庭園がある。
And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
人間の声じゃな
We
い。
thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy
あ
and
あ、
I
この
went
人
in.
壊したの。
Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope
Fifi.
arrived shortly after that, with Felix in
ペネロ
tow.
ペ。
I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me.
逆ギレさ
I
れ
think
た
she
んだ。
was
かわ
annoyed
い
about
そう
being。made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
なるほどね。なんかそんなに悪い人じゃなさそうな気がしてきたな。
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
後から向かおう。
All the flowers here look
Can
kind
flowers
of
be
anything can be.
Good to know. It's bigger in here than I.
マジでこの隠
Hanging
れ方
baskets.
怖い。
To you, maybe.
They're only 2 inches
Two
tall.
inches makes all the difference.
ここには他にはもう何もないのかな。なんか怪しいけどな。
Is that fruit?
Too shiny. I think it's glowing.
Safe to eat?
I'm gonna say no.
怪しいとこいっぱいあるんだけど。ここね、鍵が開いたっていう。もう順番に行ってみますか。人がいっぱい出てきてますから。あ、出た。フィーフィーかなこれが噂の。
It's an illustrated book about
It's been left open. Looks like
or it was left open for us to
ever
find.
so slightly unnerving.
鳥ね。このインクディップは非常に賢い鳥であり、ミス・ティットの鳥の中でもかなり寿命が長い。他の鳥たちはインクディップに対して攻撃的になることが多く、そのためインクディップはその一生孤独に過ごす。食生活は非常に特殊であり、タンタムアミカ、サシエ山椒の種しか食べない。これね、これあれだ、窓辺に置いてあった植木鉢のやつだ。で、見せてあげるよ。これだ、これ。タンタムディップ。違う、タンタムアミカ。インクディップと混ざってる。え、待って、この羽、すごいナイフの形に似てない？あ、じゃあ、これナイフじゃなくて鳥の羽だったんじゃない？持ってたの。私はそう見た。もう推理は完璧です。
Books about insects.
Well, there's not a single book.
Huh.
折れてるこの棚。
Books about.
These books, I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick
Good
them up.
excuse.
Thanks.
Thanks.
A book? Fundamental.
Hmm.
And
I guess somebody dropped it.
is that?
Of sorts.
あ、崩れてるけど。
Hey, it's a model of Tangle Tower. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
いいね、かわいい。これは。これが図書室ね。
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes.
Kore
Surely you have
mecha.
already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
フィフィフェロー。かわいい
You。will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic
How do you
fascination with the
should know?
microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens
なるほ
instead.
どね。
It automatically
Custom
adjusts
lens.
based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing. What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was
あ、
locked.
ここがフィフ
Someone
ィの部屋
began
ね。
banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up the
殴
Flora's
った
tower.
の
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
確かにね。
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
やばいね。
A chalkboard?
Is this a library or a classroom?
またこのタ
Any
イプ
idea
だ
what this means?
Not a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. Sure, why
The
not?
search for the archives downright poetic. It's musty.
What exactly-
Must, you asked us.
Nice.
まあ行くか次。フレイヤの部屋。ここがフレイヤの部屋か。
Drop drawings.
What's that one on the
Looks like one of them's holding a red rose.
ああ。庭で女性と一緒に立っている男性の絵。男は赤いバラを手にしている。フィーフィーの似顔絵。探偵、ホークシャオが描かれた絵。なるほどね。かわいいな、フィーフィーの絵だけ。
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. Just a little
Let's
trinket.
leave them alone.
Did
壁に
Freya
まで。
paint those
They're
animals?
kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger. That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty. It's a little
I
glass.
think it's a
Come
vivarium.
again?
See the leaves and twigs might have been for keeping insects.
ネックレス。
Do you think that
I
this-
don't know.
No windows either. It's a little wooden box.
To the casual observer.
お、なん
They're
か。
not. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock.
Hmm? ああ。紙を並べ替えるんだって。こう。こう。こう。こう。こう。こう。こう。紙を並べ替えるのは OK。うん。これで間違いなく合っているはず。だからなんだって言うんだ。え、なにこれ。これ押せって。まだ何も並べ替えてないんだけど。並べ替え間違ってる？これ以外にこんな完璧な並び替えあるかってぐらい完璧に並べ替えたんだけど。綺麗にやらないと気になっちゃうんだよな。だとして何？インクの量が小さい順から大きい順で、オレンジ、緑、青って感じってこと？
Nothing.
Did you find a hint? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
That was.
Each brush has the information we need is on the paper.
そういうこと？え？どういうこと？これピンクなの？オレンジがいない？オレンジって、そういうことね。オレンジって、そういうことだ。緑。ピンクで。
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each characteristic, but only one perfect.
これはインクの量が小さくて大きいっていうことなのかな？ いや、そうだとしたらでも正解2つになっちゃうんだけど。オレンジの筆は3本あって、一番少ない絵の具の量がこれで、緑は2本あるんだけど少ない量がこれで、ここはでもここがオレンジってことなのかな。
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
Still locked.
There's a couple of brushes with each.
紙の順番が違う？こんなに美しく紙をグレタのに一緒に行くんだね。こんなに美しく紙を並べたけど紙が違うか。だってね、他に紙の並び替えあるか考えるか。いや、ない気がするな。うん、ないな。多分紙の並び替えが合ってて、これが筆のこれはそうじゃん。でもこれもこれも違うんだから。
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each characteristic, but only one perfect solution.
わかんないな。まず緑の筆が、まず青い筆。これか。これかこれ。お、
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
あ、無理。無理なんやけど。
Still locked.
There's a couple of brushes with each.
これ絵の具の量じゃないのか。これの解き方を教えて。
Let's take a break.
ちょっとブレイクしよ
That painting.
Why would you
Maybe
want
Freya enjoyed
the
the
atmosphere of
Hang on. There's a smaller version
It's
down.
a photograph.
う。おお。放送結構書いてあるタイプなのね。
That painting.
Why would
Maybe
you
Freya.
be
Hang
honest?
on. There's a smaller.
It's a photograph.
これがそうね。くまちゃん。
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty
He's
depressed.
had a rough couple of days.
確かに。
Just a little
Let's leave them alone.
Do you
I don't know.
no windows either? It's
I think it looks
fine. It's
Could also be a shark. Painting supplies. I don't
no
know.
windows either. Even though someone's been tracking in mud from outside. Brushes.
They're clean, but they look.
Not the.
It's cool. Looks like old mining.
ああ。
Do you think this
I
was
don't know.
no windows either?
I like it.
これトークしかない
It's
み
a
たい
little
だ。
wooden box.
To the casual observer.
やろう。もう一回やろう。ちょっとよく考えよう。こうだ。やっぱこうしかありえないわ。何回やってもこの形にはなる。一旦紙はこれで OK として、上は何？ うーん。やっぱ一番上はさ、インクの量じゃないのかな。インクの量だとしたら、一番最初が赤い筆とかオレンジの筆先で、その次が緑でしょ。で、ピンクの筆先のこれが2つあるけど、1個が水色で、これとこれがどっちかわかんないって。逆？
Nothing.
Did you find a hint? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw.
That
Each
was
the information we need is on the paper.
何これは。逆にじゃあこうしてみる。いや、こうしてみるか。
still locked.
So there's a couple of brushes with each.
くっそー。全然ダメです。進捗ダメ。待って、ここまでは合ってると思ってて、これでここ交換しても違ったんだから。じゃあこれ。
Still locked.
So there's a couple of brushes with.
手当たり次第。
Still locked.
So there's a couple of brushes with each.
一旦手当たるよな。そうね。
Still locked.
So there's a couple of brushes with each.
Still locked.
There's a couple of brushes with.
Still locked.
There's a couple of brushes with.
Still locked.
There's a couple of brushes with.
手当たり次第失敗してる。ちょっと何のパターンをやったか忘れちゃった。わかんないんだけど助けて。どういうこと？こうじゃない。紙が間違ってる。紙は間違ってないわ。紙は間違ってないわ。え？23456え？1234 4え何回見ても謎わかんないってこれ。
Let's take a break.
部屋行ってくるか。私にはわからない謎だった。鳥かわいい。誰だこのおじさん。
Puffer fish?
Yes, it's also a lamp for some reason.
すごい。
Do you think this?
I hope so.
あら
It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the
If we
key?
get really stuck, sure.
お、なんか
Nice.
How do you know?
Light house. Plus, there's a treasure map. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
なるほどね。ドラゴン、バッテン、岩、奥に。バッテンが手前でしょ？ここじゃん？だとしたらじゃない？ 4I4 なんだこの丸って。方角？ウエストイーストみたいなこと？
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map? What about that painting on the
still locked.
Like they're different versions.
That
Huh?
The
was
pad's just a grid reference for them.
that
The
was
pad's
my-
just a grid reference for them.
えここじゃないのか。愛の3の、ね、愛の3の S。
that was in
The padlock is just a grid reference for the map.
that
The
was
padlock has 3 different inputs. A letter, a number. It's just a grid reference for the map.
ビューが1個手前なのかな。ここだと思ったんだけど。この S 方向じゃなくて。5? じゃあ I の5から N。
that was
The padlock has 3. It's just a grid reference for the map.
あ、カモメも見えなきゃいけないのか。わかった。カモメが奥に見えてて、うん、ここじゃん。H I の6 W 方向。
that
The
was
padlock has just a grid reference for the map.
じゃあ H の6。
I did it.
Not bad. What was in the
Okay.
bottom?
These are a little different to the one on the desk.
あ、これ赤のペンキじゃん。薄い緑色の髪の子供に似せた木彫り、白髪の女性に似せた木彫り、赤と白の鳥に似せた木彫り、肩幅の広い男性に似せた木彫り、手書きのデザインが施されているが腕のいい画家が描いたものではない。赤絵の具のピンと筆がそばに置かれている。筆には描いた絵の具がついている。絵の具ここにあんじゃん。
A little hand painted
How
stuff.
can you
Well,
tell?
the paints are right. So, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
赤がなくて借りてったみ
It's
た
a
いな。
drinking
Is it
horn.
full of ale?
Right now, it's just
Oh.
the entire room.
Oh, it's not just. I think it's the actual hull.
怪しいものいっぱいある。
Isn't it? Well, if you tell
Oh.
the entire room,
Oh, it's not just. I think it's the actual hull. And oh,
probably cursed. A hammock.
I would politely describe it
あ、聞いてみましょ
as. Sir?
う。寝て
Can
ま
you
す。
hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I
Can
have some
you hear
questions
me?
for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer / treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties. families. And with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
あは細いオレンジが石は右逆向きってこと
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here.
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
心当たりありそうな
It
顔
was
してるな
dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora too, of course.
なるほ
Soon
ど
enough,
ね
everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
えとどまったのそれで絵の具盗んできたとかじゃないよね絵の具盗んでないよね違うまだいっぱいあるけど一旦お隣に行こうやば怖いなこの部屋
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me...
Why?
I don't know.
I don't know
It's a little handmade card. Inside it says, To Fitz, from PP.
ピピね
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
There's someone...
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure?
Hello.
Not hidden very
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock. Sort of.
またこのタイプねこういうこと狭いんだよね一旦これどれが何色までは分かんなくないそうあ、これだこれとあ、これちゃんと合ってるやつ探さなきゃダメなんだ多分これはこれで合ってるさっ きのどうだったかな。さっきのもこれで合ってそうだね。んでこれかな。上とんがってるのね。これだね。ほんでこれだ。
There we go.
Perfect. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. That's kind of ominous.
おっと、園芸用スコップ。華美な装飾が施された金属製の園芸用スコップ。飾りのような模様が振られており、ハートを挟むように2つのイニシャルが入っている。PP、FF。キッズフローラーみたいな。フローラじゃないんだよね。フレイヤーフェロー。キッズフェローと PP はまだ出てない。
It's locked. But
I
at least
thought we were half.
we are.
What's that thing by the handle?
あ、スライドして。ここと違うみたいだ。あ、これあれだ。どっちにしろこれ押さなきゃ。
Nothing.
The
Still,
tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
those moon symbols.
Maybe they're connected, but also
なるほどね。なんか違うんだ。ほな、勘で。
Nope.
maybe the
So where
info
is it?
somewhere else. Let's come back once we
エルスってことね。
quit sulking.
Not every room is going to be full of clues.
Huh.
They're just
oh, so different.
怖いこの部屋。パーフェクトかっこいいね。イーフィーの部屋散らかってるね。
Crystal chandeliers.
I
Excellent.
don't know. They just they're kind of dusty.
汚いね。
Stuff.
You gonna rummage?
No.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this is.
.こういうことでしょ、多分。ちょっともうちょい大きいか。こんなもんか。こんなんじゃん。
I guess that's
The
wrong.
4 lenses all have different, so they must each have a specific position.
合ってるくない？まあ完全に合ってると思ったのにな。なんじゃ？こんなん？
Nope.
You need to magnify. Looks like you might need to overlap some of the lenses too.
あ、若干違うんだろうな、きっと。若干ずれてんのかな。あ、これが、わかった。こっちなんだ。え？あ、違う？じゃあ合ってたんだね、ここ。 今日ってたくさくない？
Nothing.
You want to start by finding or vice versa.
あ、ここが途切れてるのがダメ？こう。どう？
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
はいはいはいはい。いけてなかった。
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah. There's a book in here.
出ました。よく読み込まれた本、日記のようだ。奇妙な金属製の装置で鍵がかけられている。え、結局読めないの？日記は。
Nice.
It's a mess. But yeah. I don't know
But
if that's even worse.
It's a magnifying.
How come you don't?
Why? Because should I start
You
smoking?
can pull off the pipe.
You don't think you can get out? Save it for the judge.
あ、特に他は
Fifi's got
What
something.
is all this?
これぐらいか。ハテナって書いてますね。ことここ。こいつとこいつ。我々にもつけられてます。こことここが三角関係みたいな。
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. Fifi's got
What
something.
is all this?
Arrows connecting all.
They're not labeled though.
Yeah, they're completely meaningless. Is Fifi?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it worked.
Did you notice who isn't?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
まあこんなところですか。次の部屋に行きましょう。今度広い部屋行ってみたいけど、力行くか。ここは？お、いた人が。
You know,
Hey,
I would look at it.
wait a minute. Earth in the middle. How old is this thing?
「太陽と月と惑星をはいはいはい。なんかこんな感じで。こうかな。なんかこの辺がいいんじゃない？君はね、この辺が良さそうかもしれないな。ここね。おお、いいんじゃないかい？適当にやった割には。
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did you hear that? Something.
There's a little hatch
A
on
bunch
it.
of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
黄金の虫、さまざまな研究メモや図がまとめられている黄金の虫。外骨格が金と約 90% 同じ鉱物でできていることから命名。の寿命は数年である。大きくシュート音を出し、95デシベル以上の記録がある。食べられても消化できない体を持ち、外敵から身を守る。このミスティットは、見た者に不幸をもたらすと言われている。めちゃめちゃ、あ、こういう感じで見れたんだ。見たところでみたいな。
Miss Tidy on the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebook
A picture.
with no picture.
It's full of tea.
Criminal.
It's a chart of which planet are you?
プリメナ
Yeah, it's too
It's also daytime. Pretty.
trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
A bell jar.
What do people
Other
normally?
than bells, you mean?
これ以外は
Yeah,
な
it's
さそう
It's
かな。
also daytime.
人に話聞きますか？
What is it?
It's a large.
You're not wrong.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are
Maybe
they
that's
spreading
just
rumors
going
about
there.
us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could the speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking,
この
I'm
ポー
the
ズ何なん
current
だろう
head of the
な。
Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're
髪
quite well
型す
known.
ごいな。
You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine.
昨日
I
何し
took
てた
my
んでしょう
usual
か。
morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you
Hi.
see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
例えばこの人がなんか変なこと言いながらあっち
I
に
was
行っ
at
たん
my
だっけ。あっ
telescope
ち
for the
の方に。
majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the grand hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
うんうん。
She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona.
ああ、なるほ
It
ど
was
ね。
apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
なるほどね。それで立ち去ったと。なんか庭の月と太
We
陽の
already
やつ
solved it.
月と太陽のやつのあれでここ開けれるのかと思ったけど、ここには何もなさそう。
It's a chart of the solar
Which
system. Which planet are you?
行こう、次。この大きい部屋に行こう。大きな鳥小屋。おー、すごい。かわいい。
They're bird cages. But the birds are coming.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows. Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental. I don't like mirrors.
How do you get
I
your...
do by weight. I can feel if one side is.
What's with those little...
I think they're there for dreaming.
Oh.
そう大きな鳥かごみたいなお部屋がね。
A rather magnificent...
There's a letter P carved into the side.
Does this
Yeah.
count?
No. Doesn't matter.
And especially...
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
明るい羽を持つ鳥が3羽。重厚で優美なカゴに入っている。はい。例えば鳥といえば、どうだっけ？これだ。この鳥はいない。
Oh, just
Oh.
beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to
赤
blend
色
into
に
the
見えるけど、これ
background.
はベージュ
Oh,
か
you're the
なんかあれな。
detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
ペニ
Is
ー
that
ポイ
short
ン
for
ター。
Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I
Penelope.
never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
なるほどね。
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying.
結構みんな
Ornithology,
研
they
究
call
家な
it.
んだね、こ
I call
の
it the only thing I've ever
島
been
に住ん
good
でる
at.
人たちは。
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz.
PP ってペネロペのことだったの？
Traveling type, you see.
あ
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
あ、なるほど。
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
なるほど
I
ね。
awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
なるほどね。なんか怪しくないな。ポイ
We
ンター
can
系
get
の
into
人。
Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
これ
Bird
怪しくない
They're
diagrams.
beautiful. Someone will.
でももうなんもないか、ここ。行くか。お部屋。ペニーの部屋。
That's some.
There's something weird. It just feels out of place.
珍しい形をした色鮮やかな花。元気で世話が行き届いているように見える。鉢の中の土は新鮮でよく水を吸っているようだ。土の色は不思議な青色をしている。です。
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real?
あー、なんかまた、
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted?
またなんか、やるやつだ。茶色白。白と緑で。緑。待てね、考えよう。黄色が真ん中だ。こうだ。こうなんだけど。お、
I got it.
I'm impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
おお、怪しいね。破れた紙切れがくしゃくしゃに丸められている。中には赤い花びらが入っていた。怒りに満ちた殴り書きでこう書かれている。あの女を捕まえてやる。うわぁ、嫉妬か。怖いですね、女の嫉妬は。
Looks like rude. Ever get
The mannequins don't have
That's not a traveling case.
empty. All of them. A little bedtime.
Let's see. Romance novel. And
What?
this one appears to be
Nice.
a little tea set.
One of the
What's
cups
in
of
the other one?
birdseed.
犯人なのか？
This is.
Two.
What does
I
that?
don't know.
Anything in
Bed
this not
sheets.
even remotely suspicious.
お、最後にここに。見ましょう。音楽室。おお。
Are they? people?
Whatever they are. It's like a little parade of flute.
Oh,
While
whatever.
it is gotta
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
本当だ。なんか割れてる。奇妙な生き物が大きな管楽器を演奏している。光り輝く像。ホーン全体に入ったひびが目立っている。ホーンの中やその下の地面には割れたガラスの破片が散らばっている。これね。
Oh, whatever.
While
it
it's
is.
gotta
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
はいはい。
Sheep
That's a lot.
probably while they're on the floor. Who plays the
It's
what?
pretty. So I'm guessing nobody.
1.
Yep.
25.
Mhm.
4.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem? It's one of
Don't
those.
touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
呪われる。なんかめっちゃ焦ってない？
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
なんか小さいので見ると可愛かったのにちょっと怖いな。
And a pianist.
ポピ
We'll
ー
need。to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of
なるほどね。
I'm
怖い怖い。
just me.
How are you related to the other
My
Pointer?
father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
あ、
Do
同
people
い年な
ever
んだ。
leave? I don't mean to be rude.
You don't have to answer that.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away.
あ、そうなんだ。
Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi, things are more complicated.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. 3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that matter?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, when I make mistakes, I like to make them in
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library. When I finally got down there, I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the
What?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
絶対このポピーとフィッツが
Fitz
浮
and I
気
were
し
up
て
in the
て
moonlight garden most of
誤
the
解されて
afternoon.
フレイヤ殺され
I
た
heard
説
this
でしょ。
sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The 3 of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
All right.
I wonder what's in there.
まあ向かうか。もうこの部屋には何もなさそうだ。ここね。いいの部屋。ん？
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
It's a metronome for keep.
うお。
It's ticking.
Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
え？なるほど。おお。間違えちゃった。こう。
I did it.
Not bad. What happened?
Little hat.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. Part of a photograph.
ブロンドの髪にピンクの服を着た女の子が写った写真。女の子は明るいピンク色のカセットプレイヤーを腰につけ、同じ色のヘッドホンをしている。このカセットテープあれじゃん。なんだっけ？ああ、フレイヤに送った曲のやつだ。あ、じゃあポピーがフレイヤに送ったんだ。
to
No,
know?
it has 6. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
That?
I thought
This is a vampire who needs firm support for them. Anything in a
Dresses most. I didn't realize there are so many shades.
empty.
まあ散らかってるな。
Ah, yes. Oh, it's a good
It's an
omen.
eye.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's a good omen.
It's an eye.
もう目の形。
Various
いろん
What
な
do you
とこ
think
ろや
those?
Hopefully, nothing. There's some, you know, sheet music.
It's only a few
Yeah,
minutes.
it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
枠に入った楽譜。天才でレトロな絵で飾られている。さあ、
A
屋
big
上
glass
行
door
ってみよう
leads out
か。
into a garden.
There's a little mechanism.
はいはいはい。だからつまり月のマークがこうやって入ってたから。お、
Something
That
happened.
must be it. And the door's
I
still.
still feel like we made some.
でもう一回見
Didn't
せて。
we
We
solve?
did, but
The moon tiles are.
but the sun symbols might be
1、
important.
2、3、4。OK。覚えた。さあ、移動してみよう。両方から開けないと開かないんじゃ、マジで2人がいないと開かなくない？合いびき
It's
やん。
locked.
I thought
We
we were.
are.
What's that thing by the handle?
全然。
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally.
Whatever's on the other side.
ここに出てみましょう。うわー、いいとこ。
It's another
He's
little.
playing a lute.
He's
this time.
also.
Well, they're not part of this, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
少し風化している像。奇妙な生き物がリュートを持っている。頭の部分には耳当てがつけられている。なるほどね。
Giant stone frog.
Yeah, he's got his tongue.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
あ、出た。羽だ。大きなカエルの石像の下の上付近で見つかった4枚の羽。
That's one big
Or
dragon.
one very small one. It's a rose. Not part
The
from it.
roses are great.
Aren't roses.
Exactly. It's so. I might just stay here.
How shall I go?
That'd be great.
なんか他に見とくべきものある。
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. A little pond.
It looks really. See those metal
Oh,
bars?
yeah.
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered.
あ、なんか他にあるかな。なさそう。あと、解いてないのは、この庭のカエルのやつ。
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
これ何なんだろう。あ、待って、まだね、2個解いてないのあった。この謎はまだ解け
Let's
ないって。
come back later.
じゃあ、フレイヤの部屋の絵の具のやつ。
It's a little wooden box.
To the casual observer.
これだ。なんか違う組み合わせはできないか見てみたいけど、一旦でもどう考えてもこれではあるから、そしてこれが一番こっち。あ、わかった。背の高い順か。理解したかも。だとしたらこうか、こうだ。
There we go.
できた
Perfect.
上が何の順か分かっ
What
て
was
な
in
かっ
the
た。
box?
身長ね。
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
これ3人の写真だったんだ。2人の少女が写った写真。1人は赤い髪、もう1人は薄い緑の髪をしている。写真は半分に割られたようだ。絶対これとこれじゃん。証拠合体させれない。
There's something about that something.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
聞いてみようか、ポピーに。 こに
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure, it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
え
It's not
ポピーが
mine.
怪しいの
I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
嘘じゃん
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
ありますこれですこれです
Let's take a closer look at this.
えどうしたらいいお合
The
致する
pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
どうですか
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
証明してあげるわどうやって証明すんねんまあこれか
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your... Why'd you tear it up? And then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Poppy はフィフィとフレイヤのことが嫌い
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem...
Maybe?
The reason she doesn't...
The passage of time is...
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift.
やっぱ嫌いなのだの方がよかっ
Freya
た
could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone,
バラ
and
の
the
模様が
murder.
ついてる
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
もう聞き終わってるみたいうんじゃあどうしようかどっか行ったらわかんのかなこの謎はええねんけどあとなんか解いてない謎あったっけかやっぱこれぐらい
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
まだ解けないってやっぱ
Let's come back later.
ちょっと証拠見るかちょっと一回この人のとこ行こう会社のとこ戻ろうダメみたいじゃあもういいかここ行きましょうここに行けば謎解きが始まるっぽい感じの気配してるわ
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to
やりま
see
しょう
if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
一通り怪しいのを洗いましょう。
Fitz and I
Oh.
were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
はいはい。
In the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized
Fifiマジで好
Fiona's
き。
voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
確かにね、供述は一致してるよね。だからつまりあるんだけど。待って待って、あるんだよ。なんとね、ペニーが一番ある。あります。ね。これが、これ怪しいんですよ。どうやったら怪しさを証明できるの？怪しいことがあるんですけど、どうしたらいいですか？
That's a big
It's
lick.
kind of
I think it's
yeah,
just...
water with poison in it. It's a
Such a
bird.
bird
They're
song.
even singing. Doot, doot, doot.
Please don't do that. It's a garden, I think.
We could.
Ready when you are.
もう一回カエル見てみる？カエルがヒントをくれるかも
I'm
しれない。
still not sure.
Should we take another look?
まだダメっぽい。
Let's come back later.
一回ここに行ってみようか。ここはあんま調べてないもんね、実は。
There's a metal plaque
Is
on the...
there a message?
I think there was that someone scratched it off. Hi.
Hi.
It's a big stone die.
Biggest one I've ever seen too.
Is that a?
If it is, it's a...
ここじゃん。
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
なんか変わったことある。回すことで。これはね、2みたい。2？ 0、1、2？ 1、2なのかな。なんだろう、6、9、3。これ何これ3か。あ、3か。あー、なるほどね。2はここだじゃん。6？ なんだ。あ、12？ 12か。あ、これ、ここだと9だ。12。うん。ちょっと待って。だいたい適当にやったらいけるんですよ。でね、じゃなくて、これを12にして、あ、こうする。いや、待って、ずれたわ。まず、これとこれが、これは9でいいや。いや、こっちが、待ってよ。これが6か。たら、12は。これは一旦気にしない。ほう。
No, that was it.
Nice work. What's in the box?
A little tool, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
望遠鏡ね。
A wooden trunk,
I want one. A giant.
aka a greenhouse.
Nothing there.
ここになんか気になる場所ある。
It's a big
Biggest
stone.
one I've first one too.
なさそう。あと探してない場所どこだ？こことここ、あ、まあ、なんかこれもなんか
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh yeah,
Tangle
Tangle.
Tower.
あ、この辺、あ、でも
Is that an
It's
envelope?
been open. Let's read it.
Isn't that an
No,
envelope?
definitely.
これ見つけたくらいだよね。別の紙に書いた言うてるもんね。他に紙があんのかな？
It's red. It's just red. It's red. It's just red.
A path leading towards.
Do you think he'll start
No, I think he'll just. Yeah, there's a heart. I didn't know people.
to
Actually...
PPFF?
Why build a house?
I'm sure they had their reasons. Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we
I'm
can
pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
あ、ここ気になるとこ他にないよな。
Little bird.
How do you know they're for birds?
行こう。玄関広場。
It's a.
There are weeds in
It's an
there.
aquarium.
Could be. Ignore. Finally, we get to open this.
Sally, check those.
Is soil a clue?
What is
I
that?
think it's a family tree.
変わってるのかな。
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was
Scandal.
Fiona Fellow. We met her. She's one of the Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to me.
Fitz Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
フィッツフェローがおじさんって言ってたから。フェリックスね。
Felix Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects. Flora Remington.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
Poppy Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects.
ポピーとなんだっけ誰だっけ、ペネロペか。
Penelope Pointer. We met her. She is one of the
なんかここにこれ
Pretty.
それだけ
Pretty.
あ、
Pretty.
これでいい。これだ。プリティしか言わない。ここに謎があるんじゃないかと思ったんだけどないな。
This one has a big
That's-
P. How very P-ceptive.
じゃあもう一回犯人は現場に戻るしようか。何見逃してるんだろうな。これだよなやっ
A
ぱ。
little pot.
It's the only plant in the entire room. Freya was painting your portrait.
Was this?
Was there some-
Did you?
She's not
Nope.
going.
特にだな。
Did you ask Freya to paint this, or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting? Some people have been saying it's a...
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something.
そういうことね。調査の仕方わかったわ。音機。
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
わかんないみたい。もう何も答えてくれない。失礼しました。この人にじゃあ聞いてみるか。こうやってやっていくんだね。やり方が分かった。
Somebody taken an interest in
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink.
This one. Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
お、
So
見つかっ
it's
た。
not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one.
どれ
The very last.
Oh.
There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
結局何が起こったか教えてくれなかった。
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
アバサ、タマラ、ティア。
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
なるほどね。
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
いや、水やられてたんだよね、この花には。あ、この秘密の日記どこで見つけたんだっけ？まあいいや。
There's something about those petals, something.
Let's ask her about it.
聞こ
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room.
う。怪しすぎるよな、
nothing.
それは。
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
あら
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
赤いバラがあったのどこだっけ？あ、これだ。
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy, and see what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I
Oh,
couldn't have
Fitz
taken
を
anything from the
かばってる。
rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
鳥は偵察するために呼ばれたこいつら。どこ
One
盗ん
of
だ？
Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal
あ、
evidence
フ
from
レイヤとフィッツかな。
We know those two have been spending time together in the
あ、いいのか
rooftop
な。
garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
ラシスコさん、こういうよ
I'm
り
just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
これだ。これじゃん？
Let's take a closer look at these.
はいはいはい。この黄色の羽時に黄色に飛び
This
によっ
yellow
て
feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me.
そうだ
I
よな。
knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days, but being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize.
This really isn't your burden to bear.
ちょっと慰めてあげたいな。大丈夫だよ。君の部屋の鉢は濡れてたから多分、実は浮気してないと思うな。こいつが次は怪しいんだよね。こいつに怪しいことがある。これだ。
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final
赤いイ
touches
ン
a little
ク
bit.
とこの
It
鳥。
turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent
そうだ
condition.
よな。
You seem pretty sure about that.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed, yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower.
なるほどね。
Safety
本
first.
当は持ってないみたいな
all that.
話か。まあ、こんなところ疑いたいんだけど、まだ疑えないみたい。もうちょっと聞く必要がある。この日記誰のだっけ？ちょっと待って。フィフィか。赤い絵の具ね。
It would have been a rather a shame Freya was unable.
Nothing about it seems
Well,
strange.
all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
おかしい。何がおかしいんだ？
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
フェリックスさんは怪しくはないな、でも。いい人そう、めっちゃ。テープの
That
ことはしてる
looks
から。
like it might belong to Poppy.
ポピーのやつなんだ、この壊れたテープも。チクンキン
Flora's
してる
quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way.
他はなんか知ってるかな？
I've never been one for muse. Why not ask, what's this all about?
I'm pretty sure the
If
reason.
it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
まあこんなところか。これ聞けないな、でもまだ。じゃあちょっとフィフィとポピーに聞いてみようか。フィフィにまず日記。
My book.
what's in it?
Pages.
そんなことは分かってるんだよ。教えてくれなかった。
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
なるほどね。
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Is it
なるほど
anything to
ね。
do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
これも聞い
Do
て
you
みよ
know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
う。他はなんかわかる
This
かな。
belongs to Poppy. In fact,
What happened to it?
it has been left underwater.
Right. But why?
I do not know why.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
あ、こ
A
れが
whole
ね。
pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
なんでフレイヤの彫刻
A
を
wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
他はなんかあるかな。
The
Well,
fruit
continue.
here has a unique chemical that makes them completely unless you wish.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
全部聞いてみよ
That blade,
It's a troll for gardening.
it is.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
う。うん。
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
なるほどね。
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the grand hall.
確かに
Yeah,
卵型の
what's
彫
the
刻い
deal
っぱいあ
with
っ
all
た
the。eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
これ
The
は知ってる
statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
Curious. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness. But in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
なるほどね。
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
NEXT かわいい。
Is she laughing?
壊れちゃった。まあこんなもんか。
There's something about the image. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
気になるみたい。他にも気になることあったけどな。
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
これはですね、これです。
Let's take a closer look at this.
ナイフは存在せず、羽と根と同
The
じだ。
painted knife was hidden by a feather from an ink dip bird. Almost. Maybe just change.
え？こうか。
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
From ink dip bird?
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
あるんですよ、それが。実はあるんですね。
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
実はわかる。ピンクディップはフローラのペットだったので思い出として
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet, and it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
Alright, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
普段はね、これに保存してるんでしょ
But we opened it. It's empty.
う。鳥の足がついたやつね。
Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner.
It's just a pile of books. Wait, there's...
可愛がってたんだ。フローラと小鳥が描かれた絵、裏には手書きでこう書かれている。これはあなたに送るわ。愛を込めて、フレイヤ。なるほどね。疑惑は晴れたということなのでしょうか。 一回ポピーのとこ行ってくるか。ポピーにまずこれ。
This is my...
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
なるほど。
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
なるほどね。言われすぎて悲しいってこと。
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
誰かがピアノ弾いてるのわかる？
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about
I
it?
got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
それで嫌いになっちゃったの？
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of town. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
あとはどれがポピーの？あ、
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. I can't remember exactly.
あとはなんか気になるのあるかな？ないか。まあ、一旦こいつは疑い終わってるしな。こいつのとこ行こう。フィッツだ。次は。怖いんだよな、こいつ。まずは。
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
どうして？
it's one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
あんまあれだね。
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
ちょっとだけなんか
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
That's genius.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
あとなんか聞くことあるかな
What's with the broken glass?
全然興味なさそうだね。
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
ああ、いや、知らないなーって。
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. How odd. This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
鑑賞用なんだ。他でも聞くこともないな。これに
That
つい
looks
ては
like it might belong to...
どうでも良さそうだね。
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled paint...
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
なるほど。
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask, there's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
そうなんだ。
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her, after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
She was for... 割ってた。なるほどね。どうもありがとうございます。じゃあ、次はこの人かな。もうなんか、真相究明大変になってきたよ。みんなの。
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see? It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
ごまかせなくなってきてるぞ。嘘つくなよ。 でもこの人に聞きたいことはね、もうないんだよね。
A very old statue. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
うーん。
Isn't the process of decay?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's because
なんかこの人が知ってそうなことそんなないな。
these were drawn by Frey. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Curious creature, is it? Some sort of amphibious...
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes.
いや別にだな。誰を疑うでもないし。ちょっとこいつにもう一回話聞いてこよう。
Hello. Who penned this juicy little...
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. I don't know what that is. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
I doubt Freya intended it, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
もう何もないよ。一旦おじさんとフィフィのパパとママにフィフィの日記のこと聞いて、
Why would someone lock up a
We
book?
think it's a secret diary.
Aha!
これも聞こう。
I'm as confused. These drawings are... I'm surprised Flora
What
let...
happened to the bird?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
なるほどね。
That looks like it might...
わかんないか。もうヒントもらいに行くか。ね。
I like these drawings,
Is
Flora.
there a reason why?
全然答えてくんない。ああ、もう何も答えてくんないじゃん。ダメだ、終わった。あ、でも蓄音機のことぐらいは聞いてもいいよね。蓄音機は聞いてるわ。聞いてるんかい。じゃあ、あとは話あんま聞いてないな。探偵さんぐらいかな。
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
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 These people really are ridiculous.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2
Oh?
days ago.
使ったんだって。
That
ついに
is
証拠が
between
出てきたか。
myself and my client. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
なんか、言葉返されたな。
Some breed of amphibious, although none of the statues.
I guess we'll...
Have you deciphered the meaning of
We're
the...
working on
That's
it.
a no then.
おー
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around.
マスクとさんこういうより無理でございます。どうしようね。怪しい手もあんのよ。怪しい時にどうしたらいいんだろうか。いまいち操作方法が分かってない。怖すぎこの人マジで。人についても聞けない。
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way. Annie doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
人についても聞けたんだ。
It's good. Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
これでね、浮気してるんじゃないかって私たちは思ってるわけよ。
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that
なるほど
might
ね。
eat them. Freya brought me this little
フレイヤ
glass
が
box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away.
へえ。
I didn't really understand. But she was always kind.
なるほどね。大変よくわかりました。ちょっとヒントを使わせていただきます。フェリックス。あれ、フェリックスってどの人だ？待って、違う。これがフェリックスね。ヒントはフェリックスと話をしようだったな。
Uncommonly skilled. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old.
なるほどね。
She came to live here shortly
この
afterwards.
後。
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower. Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been
You
married-
two still get on?
Of course.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem...
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Other. Well, yes. Other people, you know.
アーサーピーポー。
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, Fiona, still, Poppy always seems to be...
The heavy, heavy price of...
Oh.
There's something about Felix's something.
Let's ask him about it.
ずっと気になってたんだけど、やっとここに行けたか。
About this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious. I used it. Totally normal
We
thing.
never said it was suspicious.
Come on then. Out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. We need a clue that's got some connection to it.
ちょっと飛ばしすぎたか。
That's not right.
違うって。これか。
That, but it's not right. Let's take a closer look at this.
これ調べてみようって。プレイヤーの赤絵の具は次のものを書くのに使われてた鳥の木彫りだがそれを隠すために蓋が控えられていた。
Freya's red paint pot was used to paint the model of a bird, but the lids were swapped to hide it. Nope.
違うって。
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And not...
パレットは使った後絵の具は使った後血液がなパレットはどうしよう。なんだろう。
Freya's paint palette was used to fill up blood by Freya several weeks ago. Nope.
のなんだ。これはね、血液が含まれてなかった。赤い瓶が、赤いラグの瓶が空になっていた。湖の水。何を壊す？これだと思うんだよね。で、何が空になってたんだ？空になってた？
Freya's paintbrush was used to fill up blood by Freya several weeks ago. That's not right.
全然違うの？フレイヤの瓶には赤いロゴが入ってなかった。何か別のものだった。血液でなぜかいっぱいだった。
This red paint pot was used to fill up blood before Freya used it to paint Flora. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Cool.
This red paint pot was used to destroy blood before Freya used it to paint Flora. Almost. Maybe just change. This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure. So I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So...
だから
well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment. But it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed
なるほどね。
red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
まあ一応良識はあったんだね。一応良識はあったみたいだよ。どうする？ちょっとヒントもらおう。フィッツね。フィッツ。こいつがフィッツかな。フィーフィーでしょ？フィッツ。あ、こいつがフィッツだ。いっぱいヒントもらってるわ。これね、ヒントをもらってもね、フィッツと話をしようとかしか出てこないんだけど。まあ、話すか、こいつと。こいつにはもうでもだいぶ聞いたんだよね。
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
Interesting.
I was just about to say the same thing.
彼と何を話したらいいんだろうか。いろいろ聞いてみるか。
That belongs to Poppy.
So, why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure.
あれ、ポピーのやつなんだ。
Felix made that? Huh. Penelope's three favorites. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
I do not. こいつに何を聞けばいいんだ。フィーフィーについて。
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
何が分かってるんだ。
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld something.
Let's ask her about it.
このタイミングでこっちが解放された。なるほど。
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense. If you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
こいつが何を探してるのか分かってる？私には分かってないけども。え何を探してたんですか？これかな？
That's not right.
違うって。
That's not right.
違うみたい。
That's not right.
That's alright.
That's not right.
あ、分かった分かった。これじゃない？
That's not right.
あ、違うみたい。全部違うみたい。あ、
You're not as
黄
hopeless as you
金の
look.
虫ね。お
Thanks.
金がどうこう言
So,
ってた。
that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
顕微鏡
It's
じゃない
not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some...
これは顕微鏡じゃないんだって。わかんない。わかんないまま進もうとしてる。何やったっけ？何もわからないまま。あ、顕微鏡は次のもののウェブだ。
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just...
惜しいみたい。今日は
handheld microscope is made entirely out of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
俺が近づいて。
A microscopic lens is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Nope.
No. 今日はこう。
The handheld mic. That's not right.
間違ってたって。
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw stole it. That's not right either.
これがあってて美味しいんだから。
The handheld microscope, almost. Maybe just change. The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a
When you were a child,
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored
Oh,
a
no,
desire,
no.
a fool's errand, to be sure. By 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence, and so I became a detective.
こ
But
れ
the
で探
yearning
偵
for
になったん
elusive
だ。
knowledge is a powerful force.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento for my childhood, little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Point, I dared to consider it something of a... I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish
な
indulgence.
るほどね。
Guessed.
そんな理由。
You're admitting you
Correct.
did.
As it happens, Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
ああ、なるほどね。虫ね。虫の話ね。虫を盗んだのは確かに。みたいな。フィーフィね。フィーフィにはほぼ全部のこと聞いたから。
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
ちょっと言いよどんだな。
The gramophone belongs, but I believe she gave it to my mother. And my mother often loaned it. Maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it...
そうなんだ。最近だったんだ。
Name, Poppy Pointer. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. But she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Name, Freya Fella. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me.
なるほど。
There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
なるほど。まだ何もわかんなかったな。
Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
なんか思うところはありそう。
Flora Fellow. Likes Unknown.
Isn't she your mother?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
なるほどね。あと誰について聞けばいいかな。ポインター。
Percival Pointer.
I'm...
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically for...
あとね、取り調べしてないのが、フィッ
Name,
ツと、
Fitzfellow, likes soil,
Hang
dislike...
on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a
That
guy.
may well be his preferred label. Mine, however,
Do you and Fitz not see
we
eye
do
to eye?
not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought
We
so.
do
He's
not.
well over 6 foot and you've got...
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
なるほどね。これで、フィッツを
There's something about the report. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
疑えると。でもこれはナイフじゃなくてスコップだったっていう話じゃないかなとは思う。怖すぎるよ。
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
これです
Fifi
ね。
did see Fitz,
フィフィ
but
はフ
he
ィッ
was
ツを
holding
見たけ
something
ど、
else.
あれは
So,
別のものを持っ
if
て
it
た。
wasn't a knife, what was it?
まあでも、
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
では、これは、なるほどね。フィッツは、父上。
An ornate trowel
これ
is
です
used
ね。
by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
比較する何かが必要ですか？もうこれじゃダメなんですか？もうこれしかないけど。
We need a clue that's got some connection to
そうだよね。これに関する何かが必要なんだよね。
it. That's not right.
It's not good.
That's not right.
It's not correct.
That's not right.
なんだろうか。なんかあるかな。
That's not right.
鉢植えの花じゃないとしたら、もうなんか、この辺し
That's
か。
not right. That's not right.
何がヒントになるの？これの。何もヒントになってならないけど。これか。これぐらい。
Let's take a closer look at these.
鉢植えが一緒だみたいな。そういうこじつけ？鉢植えと手は。
The pot and
こうです
soil
ね。
in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
合致します。
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
めちゃめちゃラブじゃん。それは。全然ラブなんですけど。ちゃんとここの婚約者カップルは、フィアンセたちはラブしてるんだね。ポピーね。はいはいはい。あ、ポピーじゃないや。ペニーの方来ちゃった。あれ合ってるよね。ちょっと誰が誰か分かんなくなっちゃうんだよな。ポピーだから。ここがペニーだから。これがポピー。そしてポピーはもう容疑が晴れてるから、まだ容疑の晴れてないポインターかフィーフィーについて聞けばいいと。
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon.
突然始まったなんかが。
Her heart, unjustly chosen to depart.
どういうことどういうこ
Lost
と
her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
アンドメイ
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, floating helpless from the worst. Take a moment, kneel and meet.
ス。ああ、違うみたい。他なんかあるかな。聞かなきゃいけない。
Heart of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond. Behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free.
なるほど。全然わからん。
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed
Someone's being
or they're trying to manipulate?
これ
Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No? Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd used. Don't...
うーん
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in
She
Florida?
just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
待って、誰をポインター博士とフィーフィーを怪しむ何かを出ればいいんだよね。まだですね。それについてはいいような気がする。
This is a photo of Fifi.
Yeah,
How come you're not?
I'm not.
Fifi looks like she really...
Fifi's loyalty to Freya. You get some weird... I've never seen one
I'm
like
not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She's
Why?
for fun, obviously.
楽しいからに決まってるじゃない。フィーフィーか。フィーフィーを怪しむものってあんま
That
ないんだよね。
belongs to Flora, I think.
いや、答え。
Hey, that's me.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong? I think everybody sees
Did
it.
Freya ever tell you what she
Not exactly. She said something about it being...
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in
確か
front
に
of your
悪魔
bed?
の絵は真っ黒
Maybe
く
she
なくない
wanted to
で
take
しょ。
control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
うん
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my
But who else would own a table?
Literally anybody.
なんか特にこれ以上。
There's something about that diary we found in something.
Let's ask her about it.
なるほど。マジでトリガーわからんな。謎トリガーでいっぱいお話ししたら開くって感じなのかな。
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10.
まあ確か
So
にね
there。are secrets written in here?
なんで日記に鍵かけてるんですか？
This particular
読まれたくないからだよって。
It doesn't look unused.
It's not a
日記じゃない。
diary at all.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
もうなんか
It's
書かれてる
Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
違うの？
Me neither.
This particular
It
diary.
doesn't look
いい
unused.
の日記じゃない
It's
の？
somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to
Eh?
prove who the original owner was.
ある？そんなの。ダイアリーが他の人の日記だと証明する何かありますか？これ。どう？
That's not it.
これか。これ。
That's not it.
楽譜。どう？
That's not it.
じゃあ手紙。違う。
That's not it.
全部違うんやけど。あ、これ。
That kinda makes sense.
ああ、違うか。ああ、じゃあこれ。
That's not it.
この日記が他の人のだと証明する何かがこの中にあるってないけど。
That's not it. That's not it.
手当たり次第に行くしかないね。
That's not it. That's not it.
これか。
That kinda makes sense.
あ、みたいです。誰の日記なんだよ。っていうか。
That's not it.
これ。
That's not it. That's not it.
あと何？
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
もうないけど。
That's not it. That kinda makes sense.
楽譜さっきやったでしょ？
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
もうない。
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
そうだよな。
That's not it.
さすがにな。
That's not it.
That's not it.
That's not it.
あ、もうあと何やってないか。こうやったな。花。
That's not it.
鳥かご、虫？全部やったくない？もう一回やってみる？じゃあ。
That's not it.
これしか
We
ない。
need a clue that's got a connection.
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
That's not it.
That kinda makes sense. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
That's not it.
That's not it. That's not it.
We need a clue that's got a connection.
That's not it. That's not it.
じゃあ証拠足りない。
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
なんか証拠足りないのか。
That kinda makes sense.
一個足りない？
That's not it.
Let's take a closer look at this.
これ？あ、これだ。
This
これだ。
blue book is the same thing as the
一生わ
secret
かんなかっ
diary,
た。
which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
フレイヤの
Why
日
would I do either of these things?
記。どうしてなの？フレイヤは
Freya destroyed a secret letter within Freya's diary. Nope.
のついて人に知られたくなかった。人に見られたくなかった。フレイヤの中、フレイヤの日記の中にいる。
Freya didn't want anyone. Almost. Maybe just change.
あ
Freya didn't know about personal secrets within Freya's diary. That's not right.
フィフィは
Fifi didn't want
こういう
anyone
こ
to
と
see
か。
personal secrets within Freya's
オッ
diary.
ケー。知られたくないのは
Is
フ
this
ィフィ
true,
の
Fifi?
個人的な秘
I
密か。
know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be she did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
あんまフレイヤ
All
はいい
right,
人じゃなかった。
Fifi.
Finally. What's in there?
怪物が戻ってきた。今度は現実の中に。私のせいなの？私が解放したの？あの絵も破壊すべきだったのかも。ボールベアラーは成功よ。なんて感動的なのかしら。メロディーは2つ。あと2つ必要ね。中心への生き方が分かった。ハープに比べれば驚くほど単純だった。彼らを見た5人全員の目が黒く塗りつぶされていた。何があっても私には守るべき秘密がある。精一杯やるわ。彼女には誰かがそばにいないと。これが悪夢の話かなって思った。中心への生き方が分かった。ハープに比べれば驚くほど簡単だったわな。この屋敷の秘密なのかなって感じだよね。秘密って感じだよね。天文台の塔調査し。ここになんか見てないとこあったっけ？
It's too
It's
cloudy.
also daytime.
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime.
なんか見てないとこあったっ
There's
け？
something kinda. I just expected a
Oh,
bit.
does it not compare to all the other?
There's something kinda. I just
Oh,
expected.
does it not compare to all the?
We already solved it.
は解いたでしょ？
Miss Tidy than the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebook
A picture frame.
with no picture.
Miss Tidy the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebook started. Pretty. Pretty.
Every astronomy
I
tell.
want to try.
あ、望遠鏡見てなかったんだ。あ、見えるんだ。
Not by
I can
accident.
see Flora, but she's not looking. Behind her is the back side of the easel. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from.
It's that little plant.
Don't
Flora.
you think it would?
Maybe
fall?
it's glued down.
I can just about see the grammar.
Is that a window?
I think
Is
it
there
is.
another room?
We should check that next time we're over there. I can see the doorway. It leads. The door itself is on the floor, not. You can see right.
Not
I
by
can see Flora. Behind her is the back. I can't really see anything.
これで屋
Isn't
上
this supposed to be? I'm pretty sure you need to see
I
this.
can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about something.
Let's ask him about it.
こいつやばくないか？ストーカー野郎ってことですか？
Professor, what interests you about us?
It's not a matter of being interested.
やばく
Once
ないで
you
すか？
expand your mind to the wider
人の奥
universe,
さんを
it
覗き見してる。
And how long have you been in a
I
storm?
really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
あなたは別に
You're
天文
not
学に興
really
味があり
interested in
ませんね。
astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
これですね。これがここにありましたから。
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right.
Probably.
That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah,
あ
about
そう
that.
か。ポインターの望遠鏡は空の方向へは向いていなかったのは、電源は見ていたからだ。
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand.
黄
Freya
金
was
だからね。
always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
プロフェッサー
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
フレイヤじゃなくてフローラ
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark, and the telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Alright.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
確認してみましょ
Freya was definitely up.
Something to do with the statue.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
う。なんか出てきた。
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks.
There's a note stuck to
What
the
does
back.
it say? Grimoire?
わこの子は私の新しいお友達よ。彼は音楽が好きなの。メロディーがあれば彼の心が動くわよ。健闘を祈ってるフレイヤ。やば。つまり、
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
フローラとフレイヤが入れ替わってる
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves.
What about the little wooden toy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
うわ、音うるさい。やり残した仕事。玄関で、ちょっと待ってね。 ドアベルはこれね。この形覚えて。聞きに行こう。ついでに。もうね。
We're at the top of the tower.
I think so.
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
It's nothing. まずこれ。ああ、待って、これじゃないんだ。ちょっと待ってね。像に何があったかをまず見よう。ベルト。なんだこれ、鳥とピアノ。唇のマークってなんだ。ピアノは弾いてくれるはず。
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes.
Huh? ピアノね。はいはい。で、鳥？これ何だったんだろう。
Oh, whatever it is.
All it is gotta
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
誰が壊したのかって話ね。鳥。
I don't like mirrors.
How do you get...
I do by weight. I can feel if one. They're bird cages. But the birds
Is
are.
that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. They're bird cages. But the birds.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Tori?
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved. I think they know we're in the
They belong to you.
They need a special diet, but they're all one of a kind.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tam.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest.
Glad we cleared
What
that.
about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat. It doesn't have a name.
Tori.
And especially...
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
鳥泣いてないね。なんか特別鳥めちゃめちゃ泣いてるわけじゃないな。ここ何もしてないからここでなんかしそうなんだけど。
It's an
He's playing well, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
はもう取ってて。
Giant stone frog.
Yeah, he's
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
そこも使ってるでしょ。
trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
上だ。鳥？鳥？ああいうなんか鳴いてるのあったかな。唇の形？鳥？ちょっと一旦戻ってみるか。
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
これがこれなのはいいとして。適当にはめたらこうなっちゃうけど。
Let's come back later.
ダメみたい。届いた方がいいみたい。 すべての部屋を調査しよう。はい。こう、音の鳴る仕組みとかあった？
What is
I
that?
think it's a family tree.
あ、なんか、かわいいって。
Pretty. Pretty. Pretty.
カニ。
A big
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner?
あー、音が鳴りそうなとこないけどな。
stairs.
こっち行くか。
These plants.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling. There's a metal plaque.
Is there a
I
message?
think there was that someone scratched it off. We already solved it.
どこで唇？口笛？あれ？あ、待って、口笛じゃん？もう一個。壊れてるカセットテープじゃん？え？これじゃダメなのか？このカセットテープ誰か直してくんないかな？
Weird.
It's someone humming a
ほ
tune.
ら。ぼよぼよぼよ。で、こっちは
It's piano music.
これはこれだけか。あとは鳥だけ。鳥？ちょっと待って、よく考えよう。鳥だぞ。鳥が鳴いてた場所。あそこ以外に鳥が鳴いてた場所？ここだ。違うかな。はい、鳥。ここじゃない？
Looks like nature. Rude.
We already solved it.
ここ以外鳥の鳴いてる場所なんて。
That's a big window.
じゃないか。
Looks like nature. Rude.
一応鳥は鳴いてるんだけどな。鳥。他に鳥に関係する場所。ないな。もう一回行ってみるか。
They're bird cages. But the birds
Is that a
are...
metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
トードリオス。
Bird
They're
diagram.
beautiful. Someone...
Oh.
My little writing.
There's nothing written in the book.
My little writing.
There's nothing written in the book.
Bird
They're
diagram.
beautiful. Someone...
Bird
They're
diagram.
beautiful. Someone... Check out that
Looks
book.
evil.
Wow. Judgmental.
チュンチュンしてるんだけどな。ここで使えないんですか？だとしたら、あと鳥が鳴いてそうな場所。どこだっけね。
It's too.
It's also daytime.
It's too.
It's also daytime.
Every astronomy.
I want to try.
鳥。
I can
I
just.
can't get the telescope.
Weird.
鳥
It's the tower opposite this one. Isn't this supposed to? I'm
I
pretty.
can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
鳥は鳴いてるんだけどな。鳥の仕掛け？ここは2回やったから多分違うと思う。鳥？
Anything in the.
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades.
ここには鳥はさすがにないか。やっぱここ。
That's one big
Or
dragonfly.
one very small dragon. Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
ちょっとね。
It's a rose. Not part
The
of it.
roses are
Aren't-
burning. Exactly.
鳥は鳴いてるんだけどな。 何もない部屋。
An empty
Looking at it,
Why?
I don't know.
It's a little inside. It says to fit.
お、鳥
Puffer.
Yes, it's also a lamp.
でも泣いてはいないな。
You get a good view of the lake from here.
うん。鳥か。いろんなとこで鳥を見たような気もしなくもないんだけど。
It's a little glass.
I think it's a
Come again.
See the leaves? Might have been for keeping insects.
熊か。
A news. Don't think you can save it for the judge.
そうか。この辺。鳥はいないよね。フィフィの部屋見せてもらうか。フィフィ鳥いないか。
It's an illustrated
That's
book,
been left
or
over.
it was left.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
そうだよね。図鑑じゃ。
Books about
The
birds.
shelves.
Oh, so
knew
you.
this already.
図鑑じゃね。さすがに。まあこっちまで行ってみるか。鳥
That's a handsome
Looks
boot.
like he might have.
鳥はいない。
It's glad.
Total
I
luck.
am not.
は鳥いなかったしな。鳥かご。
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
いや待って、最初のバードバス。これだ。
That's all formalities.
So, what?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
バードバスだ。
Let's try this again.
やろう。これ
You
で
know, I think we might be able to.
ついに溶ける時が来たよ。ここいいですかね。これで行ってみましょう。
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
巨大
Are
入り
we
口
gonna
来た。
go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do.
あ、オッケー。その前にやるべきことがあるみたい。
We know a little more about the crime. So, was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
フレイヤは中の羽。までね。なんだ？わあ、証拠。血まみれのナイフと似せるためには、瓶の中の血液は証拠である。瓶の中の血液を隠すために、わかった。
The painted ink dipped.
違うみたいの。
Blood from the paint. That's not right.
違うみたい。
blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red
合ってた。
tip of the
おはよう。
painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
ブームおはよ
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the
う。
crime.
わざわざ
Why?
血を瓶に入れる意味がわかんないね。
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
だとしたらやっ
Flora's
ぱ
the
り
only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole
プ
time.
レイヤーがフローラ
It
と入れ替わっ
stayed
たじゃない
locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more
あの
interested
虫で殺されたんじゃない
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
そうだよね。まだいけない。次はまだ何が終わってない？すべての手がかりを集める。私何の手がかり集め忘れてるかな？お願い、助けてヒント。なんか手がかり集め忘れてるみたいだよ。これか。この部屋だ。行ってないんだ。この部屋に行けばいいんだ。ありました。いや、屋根裏部屋。なんか怪しい。
It's a statue hanging up
You
straight.
know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
剥製なの？じゃあ本物じゃん。
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at
You know,
least.
maybe I won't open it. What is that?
Not sure. Some
Looks like it might attach to something.
お、怪しいリールですね。
Are we done?
For now, it's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
Where's that light
It's
coming?
just daylight. There's a decent gap between those floors.
おー、しっかり事件現場の真上。
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
そういうことでしょう。
Just dusty.
It's a jar.
Huh.
Someone
Do you
painted
think
it.
it was done?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
Sally, you
No. Do you?
put it.
ああ。これで行けるようになったんじゃない？秘密の部屋へ。レッツゴー。
Where do you think it'd go?
Down.
行こう、下に。地下に行きましょう。音うるさいんだ、毎回マジで耳ぶっ壊れるって。下に隠されたもの。続ける。研究室やば。
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
怖すぎ怖すぎ。
A candle.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates.
ま
What's in there?
あ。うわ
It's a little diagram.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles.
Poor little guy.
And there's a bunch of notes, mostly numbers.
この子
9 beetles.
Poor little
And there's a bunch of notes, mostly numbers.
怖すぎ怖すぎ。
It looks like the liquid is ice.
ひ
A
び割れて
cracked
る。
glass. Each one has one.
I like that you called them rooms. Forensic and
That's an incredibly specific.
怪しいものいっぱいあるね。
Rows of plants.
What color is
It
this?
looks black, but it's
that a lab?
Warning, size, small. A candle.
Very medieval.
I was thinking
Medieval pirates.
これじゃないやっ
Is it
ぱ。
locked?
seems likely, doesn't it? Weird
I'm
looking.
pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
鍵が通るようにしよう。はーい。じゃあまずは、これが、いや、こっちか。例えば、こうした場合。はいはいはい。上下はあるの？あ、こっちもあるのか。もうすでに無理くない？これは絶対に違うじゃん。あ、こういうことか。あ、理解。これ以上引き出せないな。じゃあこれだ。こっちでもいい。いや、よくない。これだから、こうして、こうして、まあ一旦やってみよう。ゴールに近づけばいいわけやから。できればこの辺がいいよね。ただこれだと絶対に行けない位置に来ちゃうから、これかこれじゃなきゃいけなくて、今こうなってんだよね。こうなって、これだと無理やから、こうなって、こうじゃん？絶対こう。はい。きたー。こうです。
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
More research. ここは完全にあれのあれだね。あれのあれです。
Whose research is this?
これはね。
This is some seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete.
完全にね、これはね、あれです。コガネムシです。1234。
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do
ゴールデンビー
exactly?
トル。ポインターは地下の研究室で黄金の虫を繁殖しようとしていた。
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory
絶対そうです。
Why? Because it's rare?
because it's
お
gold.
金になる
Is
から。
that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
もう一段下があるんですね。はい。最下層まで切っちゃいました。あ、なんかすごっ。
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
わーお。滑らかだか頑丈な金属の棒、それは写真に突き刺さっていた。棒の先端は矢のように、あるいは時計の針のように曲がって尖っている。もう一方の先端には小さな輪っかがあり、そこには短い赤いロープがつながっている。金属はきれいに磨き上げられている。これ
So
は
what's the photo?
わあ、傷ついた写真、額に入れられた写真、少し濡れている。写真には小さな女の子が写っている。大柄の男が彼女の隣に座っている。周りには数羽の赤と白の色をした鳥がいる。写真には金属製の物体が刺さっており、男性の胸のあたりに穴が開いていた。これがフローラなのかな？
Do you know who it is in the photo?
わかるわかる。フローラだ。
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something.
彼を見てるとどれだ？男の方じゃないんだけどな、私が見てるのが。
That's not right. That's not right.
That's alright.
That's not right.
何が思いついてるんだ？わ、
That's not right.
これだ。
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, makes sense when you know who he is.
これはフェロー伯爵だ。
Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, makes sense when you know who he is.
レミントン。
Lord Remington.
Remington. Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird too.
こんなに鳥いっぱいいた
Never
んだ
would have
ね。
guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
A single book.
This is creepy.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
チルドレンズブック。海と空のミスティット。子供向けの絵本、かなり古そうに見える。インクディップ。赤と白の羽を持つ優雅な鳥。シルバースネーク。目がなく、長い舌を持ち、水辺に住む。爬虫類。赤はシルバースネーク。ソウルベアラー。大きさの違う3本の角を持つカニ。アンフォビ。2本足で歩くカエルのような生き物。これかな？なるほどね。
Old
How
cardboard.
exciting.
No, but they're also damp and empty. It's an old coat
Two
rack.
cloaks and a green hat draped.
グリーンハット。
Do these...
Why?
That's lake water. It's indoors.
Ah. I see your point.
Basements don't...
We're at the
know.
bottom of
It
the
must
lake.
Right. But if that's the lake bed...
Like what?
White, no
Smooth.
plants. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
普通の湖じゃないとこにいるみたい。私たち。
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom.
一応グリモア
not
も
lighter.
探偵なんだな。
Why is there a room down
こ
here
こに来て。
anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
もう中身が取られている。
This room looks like
It makes the rest of the house.
there's a roll of
I'll
papers.
see
Let me
them.
guess.
広げてみましょう。おいしょ。おいしょ。おお、今ここなんだ
That's。the room we're in now. It's not labeled as
I
anything.
think it already existed when this.
Storage.
It's Freya's room.
study. Wait,
I know what you're thinking. And
こん
no,
な部屋
we
ない
never went in there.
how did we miss it?
The library,
Music room. It's the aviary.
a bedroom.
Penny's room, I think. And that's the lake.
It used to be a lot lower down than it
So,
apparently.
misted is it not
Tangle Tower. Before the towers?
Misted is it not
Tangle Tower.
こんなもんか。
This seems pretty.
Agreed.
大事な情報みたい。屋敷の設計図が書かれた一枚の用紙紙。水平線は以前の湖の位置を示し、2本目の線は現在の湖の位置を示している。屋敷は湖の上にある大きな構造物の上に建てられており、柱で支えられている。プレイヤーの部屋は物置と書かれている。中央には書斎と書かれた部屋がある。書斎、頑張っていきたいね。
Let's head back. I want to find that last room.
じゃあ行こうか。おお。
Wow.
How long were we down there?
This must be it.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, but I think there's a switch.
うわ、びっくりした。だいぶ進んだよ。もうラストぐらい。今。もうラストだね、多分。
A ladder.
Wanna go up?
登ろう。謎解き編やってる。うわー、おとるさいタイム来た。隠し部屋。はじめまして。いちかさん。はじめまして。
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You could
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws.
あ、これが3本足のカニじゃん。
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
爪を開けたり閉めたりしてみよう。あ、はいはいはい。え、これに正解があるの？
This crab really reminds.
That little one.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen it more recently.
もっと最近見た何か。何やったっけか。2、これか。ちょっと覚えて。斜め、パカ。横、斜め、パカ。斜め、閉じ。OK。
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its inside.
Also, crabs normally have
斜め。斜め。パカ。横、斜め、パカ。斜め、閉じ。
perfect.
Perfect。うわー、動いたー。
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
はい、武器ゲットしちゃった。クロスボウだ。怪しいですね。
What is it?
What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
そうだね。もう見つけてるん
We
じゃない？
found them already.
それはもう見つけてるんじゃない？まずこれ。おお。で、これはね、これ。
I think that might not this part of the
はい
process.。
あ、これですね。手がこっちか。色がね、ありますから。
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
確かにこれだけではまず解けたと言えない
You
ね。
know, in any normal. In here though?
まだ下あるんだね。
Who are all the people?
Not sure, but it looks
Maybe
like it's all been
下から来た。
crossed out.
全員塗りつぶされてます。頑丈な木製の写真立てに入った写真。数年前の写真らしく埃をかぶっている。フレームの下にある真鍮のプレートにはこう書かれている。ミスティッド屋敷の大使。写真には2人の女性と3人の男性が様々なスタイルの服装をして並んでいる。5人全員の目元が黒く塗りつぶされている。なんだろう。なんだろうね、これは。大使。
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
見たくて混乱しそう。いや、ヒント多くて混乱してるね。
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
確か
Well,
に。
the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy,
ポピーに似
but
てる
her
ね。
style is way different. And at
Oh,
first, I thought the
腕の
guy on the
ブツブツと
top
か。
right was Felix, but now that I look at it,
ね
I don't think it is him.
じゃなくてみんな似てるって
Some
いう。
kind of fish.
That's a bird
We're
skull.
talking about
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Some kind of
If
fish.
that's
We're
a talking about a
Well,
fish.
how about we stop talking about it?
Those are.
Some of them are.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good
この
thing?
ムカデ怖すぎん。
Centipede? How many legs?
Too
is it?
many.
Too many.
It's a wooden pinboard hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
お。この見ましたこれ私。
It's a wooden pinboard hung up on.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing
足り
from
ない
it.
ものわかります。とね、これだ。これじゃない？ほら。これだよ。やっぱこの博士さ、この博士じゃないや、探偵怪しくないか？クロスボウの望遠鏡の部分持ってたし、あとあれだ、矢印が書かれた、これだ。悪夢のやつ。悪夢の絵をね。
Nice chair.
It's
Maybe it's just heat from it.
maybe.
An
Maybe.
axe and some kind
Honestly,
of. I'm more worried about the third
the
one.
third
The
one?
one that isn't there.
クロスボウね。
Coffee table. I'm gonna say
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
数ページ破られているノート。5人目の大使がようやく見つかった。楽観視していたわけではないが、やはりなんとなくがっかりした。他のメンバーと何ら変わりはないな。ミスティッドの友人を音楽室に連れて行って実験してみた。うまくいった。むしろうまくいきすぎたか？研究室はもう一つの失望だった。あんなに苦労したのに水の泡だ。彼は想像以上に目先のことしか見ていない。下まで行ってみた。いい眺めだ。ほとんど片付けられてはいるが必要なものは揃っている。彼女が入った形跡がある。用心深く何も動かしてはいないが、私は気づいている。木は熟した。怪しいですね。
crumpled up.
Is there anything
Not
right?
really. It's mostly blank. An incinerated still pretty.
Is there anything
It's
left?
mostly ashes. Yeah, there's something.
あるやん。森と灰が散り積もり山になっている。灰の中にいくつか黒いボタンがあった。赤い色の布の切れ端も残っている。気づいちゃっ
Someone's
た。
been using this room.
何か気づいちゃったみたい。
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The
確か
way the
にね。
notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
そうですね。これはもう見つけてますよ。ほい。では、これ。 です。
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it
確かに
down.
ね。
Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
何が起こってるかまだ分かってる。ああ。耳が死ぬって。そろそろ殺人事件の解決編といきましょうか。
Time to solve this.
All right. Break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
上から撃たれた。
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless... Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I
矢
think
が
so
撃たれる
too.
前にね。まあ気を失ってたんでしょ
Fallen
う。
unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
蓄音機かな。
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
どれだと思う？毒ガス？音楽？
The gramophone emits poison gas.
What?
違う。
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't
そう
do
ですね
that.。
すいません。再生された
It
音
was
楽
the
だ。
music being played.
あ、すいません。
Let's
そん
try
な
that
わけ
again.
ないですよね
But the。gramophone by itself
so yeah,
can't do
There
that.
was something in the gramophone.
そうだよね。ひび割れてましたから。なんかあったんだよね
Something。small.
蓄音機の中に、そう、小さい何かがあったんですよ。何があったのかな
That's not it.
今みたい。何があったんでしょうかね。毒になりそうなものやないのぐ
That's not it.
今みたいね。このテープとしか思えないけど。
That's not it.
何があったんだ入ってていいようなものないな。入ってていいようなものはないけどな。
That's not it.
まあちょっとしらみつぶし
That's
作
not
戦
it.
いくか。
That's not it. That's not it.
気絶させれるようなものそもそもないけど。
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
にもあるのか。これじゃん。
That's not it.
あれ違うみたい。
That's not it.
なんか蓄音機の中に入れられそうなものある？
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
選択外しちゃった
That's not it.
全部。
That's not it. That's not it.
ないよ、気絶させれそうなものは。
That's not it.
黄金の虫
Pointer's research says it can emit an
こいつ
incredibly
だ。
loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
Damage too. 受けたものは蓄音機でしょ
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull
そ
it
れには
off?
心当たり
Wouldn't
があり
they
ま
have
す
been in range too? Think about it. They can't have
これ
been much
心
further
当たりあ
away
り
from
ま
the
す私
gramophone than Flora was.
さっきのは全部ダメだったけど犯人は自分で身を守りました
How?
証拠ありますこれ
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden
Muffs.
beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it
Earmuff
know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what
Beetle?
triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
Maybe
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
OK フローラの方に行ってみよう真っ暗になっちゃったちょっと気になるところがあるなんか気になってるんだ
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
プレイヤーはこの作品を完成させることができなかった。描いている最中に死亡したからだ。フローラはナイフを振り回しているように見える。先に付着している赤い物質は血液であることが判明した。プレイヤーは自分で絵に血をつけた。彼女の絵の痕は血液と入れ替わっていた。フローラが持っているのはナイフではなく赤と白のインクディップの羽だった。はい。はい。そんなことは分かってるんですよ。まだ何もないですか。この辺はね、一通りも見てますから。この辺
I can see the stars.
こにも植物があるように見えるんだけど。
I can see the stars. The plant, it's in the book.
What?
Look.
これね。はいはい。出てきたんですよ。このね、植物が。
The plant, it's in the
What?
book. Look.
出るんですよ、それは。で、
It's dark.
何を見ればいいんですか？あ、そうだよね。
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
だからどうしたらいい？
It's dark.
はい、はいはい。そんなことは全部わかってるんですけど。フローラの塔にある手がかりをもう一度見直してみよう。
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
この中にあるはずだって言われてるんですけど。なんかある？だからなんだ。暗くて見えないよね。おい。
It's dark. It's dark.
突然詰まったじゃん。何確認しに来たんだっけ？なんかおかしいわねみたいな言って。フローラの塔にある証拠をもう一度確認してみよう。もう一回確認してみますか。
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
あ、ここだった。証拠を残してくれてたんだ。え？はい。あ、そうか。なんか証拠になるようなこと残してる。なんかひらめいたみたい。私はひらめいてないけど。ひらめいちゃったみた
So
いで
what's
す。
bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
確か
It
に
was here.
イ
In
ンクディ
this
ップの
room.
羽がどっかに行ったね。
Where'd it go?
We never found it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
どこで見つけた？私は見てないけどな。
We found it somewhere else.
他の場所で見つけたんだって。あ、これだ。これじゃん？これだわ。見つけた。
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
なるほど。
Someone wanted to destroy it,
わ
I
ざわ
guess.
ざ燃やしたいほど。
How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the
ナイ
attic.
フにしたかっ
So the
た。やっぱ
question
フレイヤがフロー
is,
ラと入れ替わって
how
ると
could
し
they
か。
steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
これだよ
It's
ね。や
true
っ
she
ぱ
never finished it. But she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
キャンバスに残したものよりも多くの情報を私は持っているわ。ほんまに？これのこと言ってんのかな？
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
赤色。使ってない色だから、黄色だ。黄色は窓辺にあるこれじゃない？
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint the
なる
sketch
ほど。
of something sitting in the window.
そう、これでしょ。
Something in the window. Oh.
Something window。こいつじゃん？やばい、こいつが犯人だ。やばいですね。バレちゃった。お前。
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did, but she's a very good listener.
やっぱ、お前が犯人なのか？
Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
おー、さっきの肖像画の人。
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind.
ペネロペ
But
か。
before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
縛る？
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you.
彼女の手を縛ることができる丈夫なもの。これしかないんだけど。
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I
真実を
just
知りたいだけなん
need
だ。
to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
いや、むしろ
Why
こ
did you
っち
do
が
it,
聞きたいよ。
What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
そうなの？
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed, unearthed every single one of our secrets, nothing but bullet points for your
すいません。
notebook.
すいません。謎解きしてメモってすいませんな。
What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
彼女は謎めいてる。
Suppose I can't argue with that,
す
can
ごい
I?
声出た。
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us.
Very well. Penelope, she pales in comparison to
すごい
those
声
who
出たよ。
came before her and to those that came after. Living at
つまり？
Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably
なる
take
ほど。
for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
そうよね。
Perhaps you didn't notice.
私のせいかもしれない。あ
Not one of them is happy. Not one.
Not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
そうだよ
I
ね
thought。she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
見たよ。
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My
Better
mother,
myself.
for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know
さ
where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
この島から出られない事実をじゃない？
The
詳細。
study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end.
確かにあっち側だもんね。
Would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
Look at the inside.
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
え、知ってるわけなくない？
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the surface.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living
あ
off
の
the
不
lake
思
water.
議な生き
The
物全員
mutation
ミス
can
ティッ
take
ク
several
っていうの。
generations, or it can happen overnight.
Generations.
Wait, mistids? Like cryptids? Like Bigfoot or whatever?
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being
なるほどね。
mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
なるほど。
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
答えを知っちゃったんだ。彼女の疑問の答えになるものとは。これ？いや、これじゃないな。だろう。どこで見つけたんだっけ？何をどこで見つけたか全然記憶にないよ。一旦これにしてみる。
That's not it.
ああ、まあ、
That's not right.
ね。
The 5 missing
Ne?
family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself. All empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters.
みんな研究者とかの血筋だからそういう才能があるっていう話なのか。
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Mr. Mansion.
はいはい。それが、これね、秘密の研究ね。
That's not right.
違いますか？
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that
そ
he
れで
would
赤い
be
封
in
筒か。
contact with such a person. All that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no
Frustration.
risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not
なるほどね。
lost. Perhaps it had been stolen.
はい
He
はい
was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Ah, well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day,
なるほど
Hawkshaw
ね。
explained she needed to be able to search the secret
ワンプシャ
laboratory.
ー
Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm
残り
interested in.
10%。
Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
なんだ必要なものって。
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
を取るぜ。マジで耳ぶっ 壊れる。これ何の音量下げても下がらないんだから、どうしたらいいんだ。Why did you kill Freya?
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
これね。
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona.
Fiona?
The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya.
入れたのは
It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Ah, well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
うわやばい、気絶しちゃうんじゃん。やばい、本当に耳死ぬ。お願い、耳を殺さないで。あ、船持ってかれちゃったんだ。
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard
Did
something
you
land
do
in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
なるほど。
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again.
いい子や。
I think that's what she would have wanted.
逃げろ。え、てか探偵たちどうやって帰るの？船呼べんの？ここ電波つながってる？携帯つながるんですか？終わった。なんか終わりました。え、これで解決なの？全然解決してないけど。え、全然解決してないんだけど。塗ると間違えた。なんか部屋の中の羽を誰かが盗んだんだ。でも鍵かかってたんだよな。って言ってたけど、あの黄色い鳥が盗んでくれたってことだったのかな、結局。お、飛ぶ？黄金虫。黄金虫かっこ本物の黄金でできてるやつね。はい、終わりました。アートギャラリーが開放されたようです。すごい。あ、これ見せていいのかな？ちょっと記憶ちゃんと読んでないからさ。ちょっと待ってね。えーっと。何も書いてないから大丈夫そうだとは思うけど、ここはじゃあ自分で見てねということで。はい。ちょっと後でアートギャラリー自分でこっそり見ますね。結構良さそうだったので。購入してぜひ見てみてください。終わりました。90% は黄金でできてるからね。あとの 10% は何だったのか、あの湖が結局何だったのか、なんか全然わからないままでしたけど。だからちょっとまだ謎に包まれてるね。全然謎に包まれてるね。って感じだけど。 旦これで画面を閉じさせて。適当に、ごめんね。適当に閉じててごめん。ちょっと見てくる、アートギャラリー。すごい。こんないっぱいイラストあるんだ。すごい、なんか、もったいないぐらい、こんな、見せてくれていいんですか。すごいね。キャラクター一人一人についてこういうイメージで描いてて、最初はこういう感じで想像してたんですけど、まあ、結局こうなりましたみたいなこと書いてますね。おもろい。個人的にペネロペちゃん好きだったから、なんかペネロペちゃんがこう悪役だったって聞いてちょっと悲しいまである。悪役ってわけじゃないけど。これキャラクター以外にもね、部屋もあるよ。詳細な。部屋とか、手がかりも一個ずつなんかこういうのにしようと思って作ったみたいな。ラフと、なんか秘密の言葉がね、書いてます。あれ書いてるかな、コガネムシ。マップとかはね、これを見ると思うでしょうね。他にも部屋があるんだろうか。キッチンはバスルームはって不思議に思うだろうね。みたいなこと書いてありますね。うん。コガネムシはね、あんま詳しくは書いてない。湖についてもちょっとなんかもうちょっとあれば嬉しかったけど。結局研究者たちにというか、でもなんかちょっとなんかふわっとしたな、最後。結局あれですかね、自分が結局なんだろう、この家系というか研究のためにみんな生きてきたから、別に研究なんだ、自分に対して振り向かれなかったみたいなことなのかなって思ったんですけど、結果としてだからなんか大いなる目的があって島を出ていったわけじゃなくて、島を捨てたというか、みんなが捨てて出ていっちゃったことに対してこう裏切りだって感じて一人ずつやっていったという感じなんですかね、ペネロペちゃんは。ちょっとわかんないですけど、そういう認識で私はいますけど。で、最終的になんか島の秘密とかもっと自分でも知りたいってなったんだけども、あれですね。なったんだけども、島にはその研究資料とか残されてなくて、 でおじさんがやっと研究してるおじさん見つけたってなったけど、おじさん実際は研究してなかったと。そのお金に目がくらんでというか、主にお金のことしか考えてなかったから、自分が思ってたのと違うってなって絶望してたんですかね。で、結果いろんなことがフレイヤちゃんに見つかっちゃって、優しすぎるフレイヤちゃんはごめんよって殺しちゃったってことですかね。そういうことなのかな。いや、でも全然気づかなかったな。探偵とペネロペちゃん。いや、でもおもろかったね。正直。めちゃめちゃおもろかったです。めちゃめちゃおもろかったです。サムネ用にスクショ撮っとこうかな。後でスクショ付け替えるんで。スクショじゃないや。サムネ付け替えますね。というところでもう5時になりますので、今日のところは一旦これで終わろうと思います。お金は人を狂わすってことか。ね。まあ、ペネロペちゃんはお金が欲しかったわけじゃなくて、あの島の謎をもっと解き明かしたかったんだろうけど、結局おじさんはお金目的って感じでしたね。というか、まあなんというかという感じですよ。でもおもろかった。なんかね、そう、謎解きもめっちゃいい感じだったね。簡単だけどなんか、たまに簡単すぎないのも入ってる感じで、とても楽しくできましたね。なんか思ったよりも、なんか、なんだろう、ちょっとそんなにストーリー要素ないかなぐらいの気持ちでいたんだけど、思ったよりもストーリーがね、メインというか、ストーリーでしたね。ついこの間までね、めちゃめちゃ安くセールしてて買ったんですけど、今はゲーム版は2000円ぐらいかな。スイッチ版もあるので、ぜひやって一回多分見てても意外と謎解き忘れてるからおもろいと思う。意外となんだろう、トリガーが難かったな、私的には。次のステップに進むトリガーの部分がちょっと難しかったので、やってみるといいんじゃないかなと思います。いや、てかもうなんならお腹空いたわ。みんなお腹空かない？大丈夫？この時間。ちょっと限界お腹空き、腹減りになったけど、さすがに寝るかって感じなので。とりあえず寝ようかなと思います。ちょっとね、今日も映画見に行こうかなと思ったんだけど、一旦寝ます。マリオの映画とかさ、シュークリーム食べます。シュークリームリベンジしたいけど、ちょっと今はね、材料ないんだ。今ね、卵がない、卵が。マジで、関東あったかいのいいな、でも。ラーメン食べた罪悪感。いいな、ラーメン食べたわ。なんかもう、こっちは全然寒いですから、まだ。今週今週の頭あたり雪降ってましたからね、なんと言っても。信じられないかもしれないですけど。 というわけで、明日とね、明後日というか土日はね、コラボがあるので、夜にコラボがありますので、よろしくお願いします。来週というか、もうすぐゴールデンウィークなので、ちょっとなんかゴールデンウィークどっか行こうかなと思いつつ、どこにも行かない可能性もあるし、ちょっとホグワーツレガシーできないことに病んでるんでホグワーツレガシーどうにかできなかったらもうちょっと一旦ホグワーツレガシー諦めてスイッチ版が出たらもう一回買うかやむか感じなんですけど、ちょっとなんかいろいろ頑張っときます。そんなできないことある？思っちゃうけどね。まあやりたいゲームはねいっぱい積んであるんで、次こそストレイとか、あと、あれやりたいんだよな。最近みんながやってるフォレストっていう飛行機墜落したら食人族の森に落とされたみたいなやつの新しいやつが出たんでしょ？古いのもやってないから古いのもやりたいなというところで、まあ一人用じゃないゲームぼっちがやるの辛すぎるからマジでお友達をくれ。まずお友達を連成できたらやろうかな。この辺のゲームはラストとかさ、なんかちょっと長いちゃった。その辺のさ、マジで一人用じゃないゲームなんて言うんだろう、本当は4人ぐらいでやったら楽しいゲーム苦しいんで、ちょっとなんか友達を連成できたらやろうと思いますそうですね、土日は夜配信あるんで、多分他はコラボ以外はやらないと思うんですけど、やるとしたら雑談とかをどっかのタイミングで撮ると思いますので、よろしくお願いします。コラボについては、明日はちょっと、まあ多分どっちも頑張って配信撮れたら撮ると思います。いや、明日っていうか土曜日の夜は撮らないかもしれないです。はい、終わりまーす。おつゆりでした。びっくりした。私もびっくりした。今一瞬流れちゃったやつね。スチームのね、このタングルタワーのページを開いたら一瞬流れちゃった。でも大丈夫。このタングルタワーに出てくるおじさんの、こいつの声だったから、多分大丈夫だと。こいつの声でした。今一瞬なったの。はい。おつゆりでした。皆さんおやすみなさい。ゆっくり寝てくださいませ。また明日お会いしましょう。おつゆりおやすみ。寝ます。これは雑談なんですけど、今日実は一生眠すぎて、朝から眠すぎて、今モンスター2本目を決めてるんですけど、眠いのでちょっとなんかこの残ってるモンスターをどうしようかなと思いつつなんかに移して寝ようと思います。もったいないことしちゃったな。でも飲まないと多分眠気で死んでたな。というわけでぐっすり寝ようと思います。また夕方お会いしましょう。おやすみ。